Beginning the stream. Just checking to see if I have transcoder options. Looks like I do. I had pretty good luck with that recently. Hello there, Nui. How are you doing today? And hey there, Pidgey. How are you today? And Resubaka, hello. Hey, this is stream number 405. So, I'm going to explore today building my libraries alongside a DLL and Visual Studio. And Pidgey was running into an issue with that, and I figured if one person's running into an issue, potentially other people could run into the same issue. So either it's the way I've constructed the CMake files, or maybe I ought to have more instructions on how to use it, or maybe I need to distribute a Visual Studio project alongside the library. Something to make it a little bit easier. Uptime is blinking? Really? Aw. Hold on. It might be that it's... If I just stop and start it again. Hold on. Pause and resume. Will that fix it? I think so. Yeah, I think it was like landing right on top of the update period or something. I'm pretty good, Pidgey. Hope you're doing well too. Romania Hate, how are you today? Oh, I don't have one of my stream helper tools set up right. And I don't have my lights on. Lights on! Okay. Alright, that's good. Metro Dev, how are you doing today? Alright, Pidgey, I'm sure you're not stupid. I'm sure it's something that we can make better. At least in the README for my libraries, because, you know, we can never be perfect. We can only approximate perfection and make it better by improvement. So, there, TS Just. I just realized that the window behind me is not closed, and there's going to be a lot of noise coming through. So let me quickly go close the window. Hold on, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. The engine was idling, a truck engine was idling right outside my window. Hey there, C17R, how are you doing today? Coworker named Celsius recently retired at your work, so they hired a guy named Kelvin to replace him. He's the new temp. Good one. What happened to Fahrenheit? What happened to him? Chilling while they load the backload. Got it. I do have my work rate timer on screen, yep. When I move the mouse, yeah, okay. Yeah, I've had this timer on screen before, but the font was always too small, so now you can actually see the font. Hey, the Red Sky one. Yes, we have some new emotes there. You can now spam the fail and pass emotes, if you wish. Your internet isn't working, so you can't watch. Oh no, TS Just. Hope you get your internet back. What's WorkRave? It is a tool to remind you when to take breaks, to avoid eye strain and repetitive motion. I don't have so much repetitive motion, but I get eye strain if I don't take breaks. So this little timer will just count down, and when it gets to 0, it's going to start to annoy me that I need to take a break. So I think what we'll begin, if Pidgey has an actual open source like GitHub link, we can explore that. But maybe what I'll do to start with is I'll just pretend that I'm making a DLL and that I want to reuse one of my libraries, and I'll walk through the process of how we might do that with Visual Studio. So the wrinkle in that is that my libraries don't come with Visual Studio projects, they come with CMake files. So the way I would do it, if I wanted to use Visual Studio and use a library with CMake, is I would run the CMake generator to make Visual Studio projects, and then I would bring them into a solution with a DLL. So I'm going to try to do that. And maybe through the process of doing that, that'll help Pidgey and others, and maybe we'll just stumble upon the problem. So let me invent a new project here. Let's call it, I don't know. Oh, what we're going to call it? DLL Land. DLL Land. With 3 L's. And then I want to make a Visual Studio solution here. So I am going to, I think Pidgey mentioned 2019, so I have 2017 up here. Let me just open 2019 since I have that as well. And let's do let's close that. Let's make a new project. And we're going to make a DLL, so let me find library. It's all predominantly C#, so let's do C++. Yeah, dynamic link library, here we go. You push some code just in case? Okay, that'll be good. Thank you for the follow. All right, next. I haven't used this wizard in a long time. We're going to put this in D projects. Actually, I guess I can just have it make the directory for me, right? We're going to call it DLL land. Solution and project in the same directory. I think we'll keep them separate, right? Now, I always forget, does it make a subdirectory under projects? I think it does, so let's see. If it fails, I'll just have some files to delete. You combine them? Okay, well, I don't think it really matters. It's just how it, yeah, see, it made the directory for me. And having them in a separate directory means that it puts the solution file one level above the project file. So if I wanted to, I could just collapse these files together in the same folder. I chose to do it this way because then this could be just the DLL, and then we could pull in the other libraries side by side with it. Hey there, DHG Hammond. Rust is going pretty well. I feel like I've learned most of the language now, basically, except for macros, so I'm going to be looking into macros in a little bit. So yeah, in the last 2 weeks, I've basically been practicing what I learned in Rust from about a month ago. So I learned Rust way back here at the beginning of June. And then I did a few days of where I did other things other than Rust, but a lot of the time was porting existing tools and other little programs that I had written before in other languages and just porting them to Rust and just to practice. And then doing refactoring of Rust, and then yesterday it was, and this isn't yesterday, this is before, another, explore more Rust, I went through and updated a test runner that was in C++ to work in Rust instead. And then yesterday it was Rust macros. So I didn't finish learning about Rust macros, so I want to continue that today. But we're going to do a little side trip here and explore reusing some of my C++ libraries in Visual Studio and try to maybe figure out what Pidgey's problem was with it. Namacon is awesome. Today learn about variants. Okay, maybe I need to learn about that too. I didn't know I skipped something like that. Have you tried Windows Subsystem for Linux? No. But I've seen a lot of other streamers use it, and I prefer to have Linux as a separate machine, but mostly because there wasn't a better alternative. I might try Windows Subsystem for Linux at some point. I kind of stayed away from it for a while because there was a really nasty bug in it with port numbers, TCP port numbers. You could actually run out of them, so it wasn't really... I wasn't going to say smart, but it wasn't really a complete solution when it came to running a server for a long time, because eventually you'd run out of sockets basically. But I think they probably fixed that bug by now, so that would be something that's no longer an issue, and maybe I could look at it again. Okay, so I'm going to try to reuse one of my existing libraries, the Twitch library. I think that's the one you mentioned, right, Pidgey? So I'm going to do what I would do myself if I was making a new project, reusing some of my existing libraries, I will clone them. And I'll clone with the HTTPS. Actually, no, I can clone with the git add. It doesn't really matter, right? And we wanted the Twitch library, right? And so we do that. Hold on. I think I already know what one problem is. This probably doesn't have a top level CMake list. It has one that depends on a. Yeah, okay. I think I might know one potential issue. I think we need to manufacture a top level CMake to build the Visual Studio project files in the first place. But you know, there's also supposed to be support in Visual Studio to pull in CMake projects, so maybe we'll try that. OUI? Hey there, Quirchins. And hello there, man. 2003, a DHG Haman. I didn't say hi to you. Where is my chat? Where is it? I know I saw. There it is, in blue. Hey. And Papata Still Papa. Hello? Hello, hello. Oui in French. Yes, I got it. Okay. All right. See, this is what you get for a blank DLL. I think you also get. Oh, you don't get conditional compilation for import versus export? How do they... They don't provide you with that? That's interesting. Usually you'd make a header that says whether you're compiling it for making the export library or whether you're compiling it, or compiling the header for import. You did an empty project change from exe to DLL. Okay, so there's a couple things you might want to do for a DLL. I think the DLL project will give it to you for free. I think for preprocessor, they will add... I'm sorry the font is so small. Maybe what I'll do is I'll just copy this in to VS Code. So they give you this in addition to these 4 boilerplate ones. So of course, this one means you're compiling on Windows. So does this one. This means we're making a the project is a DLL, and I think you only need this one when you're building the DLL. But when you're using or building the DLL, you're gonna want to either define this or not. There are different ways to do it. If you do it this way, the way that the wizard makes, then this makes sure you're compiling it when you pull in the header. It's setting up to make an export library. But when you don't define this, you're compiling it in order to import the library. So it's you have to use conditional compilation. And if you didn't start with the DLL project, you might want to add this under the preprocessor definitions, because although what we got from the wizard code didn't include it, we're gonna end up having some exported class or function, right? And we're gonna need to say whether or not we're exporting it. Why do they have a framework.h and a precompiled header.h? Okay, whatever. Full Visual Studio instance is open. Yes. You're able to compile a DLL and inject it into the application this DLL is intended for. Right, but then when you added the Twitch library, you had some problem. The repository pushes private. Okay. I mean, if you want to. Or I can maybe just... I was thinking if I just go through the exercise of pulling in my library, maybe you'll notice something different the way I'm doing, or maybe I'll run into a problem. Hey there, Radon90. And Ireld. Hello. And Dota to Attitude. I hope that's how I'm supposed to say your name. I always forget how to say people's names. Initiative, hello. Yeah, you might want to tell the client or the folks that you're working for that it's not really that smart to put the secrets in Git. That's actually a surprisingly common security hole in a lot of programs. A lot of a lot of projects out there, especially when those files get put into an unsecured S3 bucket, and then the basically people are able to get the secrets out. Anyway, what I usually do for OAuth secrets is I don't check them in. I have them in a credentials file that is not checked in, but is maintained separately from version control. Just put the minimal. I usually just use a really tiny JSON file or something like that. Yeah. Well, just a suggestion. Let's see. Let's define something that this DLL will do. Let's add a new header file. We'll call it stuff, because we can. And it's going to have, we're going to use that DLL land exports. It's been a long time since I made one of these, so maybe what I'll do is I will cheat and look at another project I have that does this. I have to think about where that is, though. I should also change my current tasks, because we're not just starting up the stream anymore. We're going through an exercise reusing an existing library in a new DLL project. And good old commits removing hard-coded passwords. I hope they changed the password after they took it out. You always use env files and environment variables. Environment variables, for me, I don't really like them. I prefer to have basically the equivalent of an env file. Hey there, Riot Dev. How are you doing today? All right, so yeah, I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna totally cheat and look this up because it's been a while. I was surprised that the wizard code didn't actually give us one of these. Where did I make one of these? Basic. It'd be back in my E drive. Projects. This'll do. I think. No, it won't do. I need a DLL. I need the previous incarnation of my game, and I need to open one of these. Oh, I did it through an exports file. Ooh, okay. But was this defined with the DLL export thing? Maybe not. Okay, I did it with the DLL exports file. I guess I could search, though. Hold on. Let me open a new window. And I don't have it in my previous folder, so let me find it. Oh, it was just there, actually. This folder. Select folder. All right. Let me look for Decl spec. I hope I've actually used this in a couple places, at least. I mean, this'll do. libping does it. In a pinch. I'm surprised I didn't do it in my own code somewhere. I'm pretty sure I had DLLs. Guess not. Oh, Lua does it too? I guess we could have looked at Lua. Anyway, this'll do. Oh, really? They define it, but they don't actually use it? Oh, this is where they do. Here we go. What? Man. Okay. Not as easy as I thought it would be to find this stuff. Okay, I'm gonna abandon that. But Lua had that. So, where's Lua? Decl spec. And we actually want to include Lua, so let's remove Lua from here. Wait a minute. Okay, now I'm confused. I thought I saw Lua in there. Yeah, right here. That's really weird. Okay, anyway, we'll just search through here. Okay, so yeah, it's this. We need a block that looks like that in here. So if def, well, yeah, if def exports, define, what do they use? API? Yeah, decl spec DL export. Else, I'm hitting the wrong keys. Copy, paste, define it to be import. End if. All right, and then we're going to have DLand API void do it int x. All right, and then that's our exported file, and then I need a new file in source. Call it stuff, and then we'll include stuff.h and return x times 2. Wow, it made tabs the default. Horrendous. Anyway. Oh, wait. We're returning something. Int, then. Okay, so that should make a deal with one exported function. Let me see, make sure that works. Hey there, real Zillion. Did I forget the end if? I did forget the end if. Build. What's the build shortcut here? Control-Shift-B, okay. Yes, I did forget that. Yeah. Include PCH, because we're using precompiled headers. Control-Shift-B. What did I do wrong here? Say what? Huh? It's really funny that they don't use Pragma once for PCH, but they do use it for framework. Yeah, I thought it did. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, weird that it gives me unexpected end of. Oh, okay, I didn't read that. The problem is I'm not reading. I'm not reading. It's been a long time since I used precompiled headers too. Okay, so now we have a library, and if I use this trusty handy dandy tool, dependency walker, and open that DLL, that's in D projects DLland debug DLL land. We should see here it has exported the and it's not it's mangled, so we might want to unmangle it by doing an extern C. Like that. And then I forget, can I build it while this has it open? Probably not, so let me close that first. Control-Shift-B. Oh, it wants me to put it on the other side. I always forget the order of things. Okay, now it's happy, and I can open this file again, and we see the do it function there. Okay, so we have a DLL with an exported function that'll do something. Now, what if I wanted to use my Twitch library? Let's try and do that. So, Can I add an existing project and will it understand CMake? I don't know if it will. So, but we could try. If not, then I'm going to have to pull in a top-level CMake file to generate the project files, which wouldn't be so bad. Yeah, okay, I don't know how to do it, so I'm just going to do it the way I know how to do it, which is, let's have this one switch over to this new project I'm making, DLL land, on the D drive. And then Twitch is going to require 2 more libraries, so we're going to have to pull those in too. All right, so then git clone git at github.com, and we want a string extension, Ramu A354 string extensions, and we need system abstractions. Okay, and now I need to look and see, do I have any dependencies for those guys? String extensions. What about string extensions? No dependencies. So that's the end of the dependency tree. So we just have Twitch and its 2 sub-libraries there. You have those alongside your CPP? Okay, that might be one difference. I'm keeping them in their own separate subdirectories because to me they're separate projects. I like to keep the projects in separate folders. So the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to make a new file here at the top level and name it CMake list.txt, and I'm going to pull in some stuff from a top level project that I already have. This might actually be the secret sauce to it, is having a top level CMake to generate your project files. So I'm just going to copy this over to here and take out the stuff we don't want. So it's not proprietary and confidential. This is the CMake list for DLL and dependencies. All right. I don't really need a set of this. We're not going to do testing. I don't... Oh, this is if it's included as a sub-project, so we're going to keep that. Default is static linkage. That's fine. And if we change it, this changes all the flags to either to match static or dynamic linkage. We don't care about Google test. We're not going to really make a solution. Oh, this is going to want to make a solution file, isn't it? So I probably will want to make a top level name, but call it something different. So we'll call it deal and deps. Add windows on top of that? Oh, you just have them local to the project as well. I get it. Okay. Yeah. So this is only for the solution file we're generating, which I'm not going to use anyway. Don't need this, so we're going to drop it because we're doing Windows, right? Yep, don't need it. I think we want to keep that. Otherwise it adds a D to the end for debug. This we want, because those warnings annoy me. I don't need these lines, don't need any of this stuff. And then, it doesn't really matter what level I add subdirectories from, right? Oh no, these are if they're in other repos, so we do want these. So I wanted to keep Twitch, string extensions, and system abstractions, right? Now, this library isn't going to be any good without this library, but we'll ignore that for now. And there are no other repos in this directory. Okay, so that's probably the minimal I can get away with, and I can post this in a gist if that actually turns out to make it work. WinRT in Rust is so bad it's segfault save Rust. Yeah, you said that yesterday, right? It is sounds pretty bad. Not alone in adding C++ libraries is really hard. Yeah, well, C++ doesn't intrinsically contain anything for combining libraries together. It's sort of left up to you to make your own build system, whether it's GNU Make or Visual Studio or CMake or any number of other ones out there. You have to kind of figure out how to make that part of the tool chain. So if you come from a experience working with a language like Rust that does a lot of this intrinsically, it's going to be sort of intimidating, I think. You essentially have to learn another language, whether it's Visual Studio project files through the GUI or not, or CMake or GNU Make or whatever. You have to do something. Okay, so now that I have that top level folder or top level CMake list, what I can do is we're gonna make a throwaway project just to generate project files, and I'm going to what am I gonna call it? Deps or something, and we're gonna do a CMake dash make use the generator for Visual Studio 20. What do I actually have for options? Okay, the version of CMake I have only goes up to 2017. That's okay. Visual Studio is kind of cool in that you can generate a project file for an older version of Visual Studio and then import it into a newer version, and it'll just update it. So we want architecture x64 like that. Failed to run MS build? What? Uh-oh. Why would it say that? Wonder if my environment got screwed up. I might need to run it from a Visual Studio command prompt. You get one of those out. I guess my environment got screwed up a while ago and I didn't fix it. I'm gonna pick which one of these? Wow, there's more than one. I don't know which one to pick. We'll pick x64 native tools command prompt. All right, and then let me make sure I can call CL. Okay, so we're out of this. Go to that same folder and type the same command. Visual Studio 20, was it? What was it? 15/2017, architecture x64 ... Really, this is going to be just throwaway. I just want to generate, I'm using CMake to generate the Visual Studio projects that I'm going to now pull in. The Visual Studio installation didn't change my path. I must have, like, maybe when I installed Visual Studio 2019, or maybe when I reinstalled something, it messed up my default environment. I've been relying on using CMake, the CMake plugin in VS Code, and I guess I could have used that too. But yeah, this like auto discovers your tools, and I guess before I was using that, I was able to run it from this shell, but now the shell can't even find MS build, so I must have screwed up. But that's okay. You can always fall back onto this Visual Studio command prompt. So it generated the project files for us. If I go back to here and look for them, you'll see that there's these VCX projects, and there'll be one in each of these subdirectories. So these are the files we want to pull in, and I think we could just import them, although we're probably going to want to clean them up. So let me do it this way. We're gonna open them up and take a look at them first. So under deps, Twitch, this one, let's take a look at this. Because I think it refers to the source files through a relative path somewhere in here. Oh, it's through absolute path. Okay. So we can clean this up a little bit by making them relative paths. And I think I just I do this by cutting out the absolute part of the path, right? Hey there, 715209. No, we're going through an exercise right now, trying to reuse my open source libraries with a DLL because Pidgey was having trouble doing this. And I want to go through the exercise, maybe discover myself something I can do to improve the ability for people to reuse it, or just while I'm going through this, maybe Pidgey will see something like, oh, I didn't try that, or that's different than the way I did it. You don't think it's better than, what are you talking about? Oh, PowerShell? I don't know much about PowerShell. I didn't say hi to someone. I see, there it is. I don't know how to say your name. Strizzleku. Hello. Anyway, actually, you know, these are absolute paths are fine for now. So I can now, since this is referring to all the files through absolute path, we can just pull this in directly, right? Maybe remove some of these project references. Let's see what happens if we just pull it in directly into Visual Studio. So I'm going to do add existing project, and I'm going to, why is it default to that directory? DLL land, right? Depths. Let's pull them in from the bottom up. So the bottommost dependency was string extensions. Right, and then we'll add existing project system abstractions, and then we'll add existing project Twitch. And then you guys can't see it. What if I make it shorter so you can see it? And then I think what I want to do is tell this to update. There was a selection here to update it, right? I thought there was a, oh wait, it's just in the tool chain selection, isn't it? So it would be under like one of these. Yeah, platform tool set. So we just update the platform tool set to 2019 and we're good, right? Yep. So I'm going through all of these. Just because my CMake couldn't make it with the correct platform tool set, I'm going through and changing them from 2017 to 2019. Properties 2019. Okay, so now they're all up to date. Assumed we only had to compile each dependency, then point VS project to the include folders, lib folders. The way I usually do it is through, I bring in different VCX proj files and then I have them rely on each other. So maybe that's the difference. Hey, some new people are in here now. Vlomayo, hello. And WTF Blub. Where's your chat? I don't see it. Oh, there it is. It's in purple. Hi. The thing I didn't like about PowerShell is that it's very, very verbose. But I think that's just a subjective aversion to it. All right, so if I did this correctly and I build, it should build them at least. Oh, it's not selected for the solution configuration. So we have to go to the solution configuration, which is where? Configuration manager, and right, so let's make them all on the same platform. Oh, actually, let's switch to 64-bit. That's probably the problem. We don't have a 32-bit configuration for these. So you know what I'm just going to do? I'm going to delete the 32-bit configuration. Yep, goodbye. 64-bit only. And then build. Cool. So it's building all the code. Now they're not working. They're not going to be linked together though. So to link them together, I actually have to have our DLL use something from the Twitch library. I haven't heard of Osh. I heard of Z shell. There's so many shells out there. So Pidgey, you could compile each dependency separately, but I think it's harder to do that. I could try a solution where we do that next, but this is the way I would normally do it, is to pull in the projects directly and leverage the fact that they know about their own dependencies. So if I go to System Abstractions References, it will have a reference to string extensions there, right? We're probably going to want to remove these dependencies on CMake stuff, actually. Can I just hit delete here? I can. Neat. I'm just going to drop the zero check dependency. That's an artifact of running CMake. So you see how under references they list their dependencies? So that's kind of what we want to see. And then what we would do for DLLN is we would add a reference. We would have it depend on Twitch, for example. Now it will link them together, if I did this right. But since we're not actually using anything in stuff CPP out of Twitch, it's not really a true test. So I need to do that last. Let's pull something from Twitch. How about we just pull out the timekeeper, for example. We'll make a timekeeper instance and then call its current time and then convert it to an int. Why don't we just do that? So we would include timekeeper, Twitch. Okay, here's where I need to update the pass. I think I remember how to do that. We want timekeeper.http, right? It's not going to know how to include that until we update the include pass. Actually, I thought that's what this did, but I could be wrong. I don't remember if Visual Studio references could do that. This is not going to work, right? Yeah, it can't find it, so I wonder if I can do that, though. Nope. Let me try to remember this. I thought it was all through the references are link time, right? For compile time references in Visual Studio, we got to do it a little bit differently, right? I think we would do it through additional include directories. And we would say something like, can I use a macro? Yes, so I can use like one of there should be a macro for the project file and the other project. Twitch. Oh, what happened? It disappeared. Oh, what happened? Edit. He's putting the box on the other screen. Okay, I don't want to hit it. I don't want to hit okay, so it doesn't define a macro for the dependency, so I guess I'll just do it manually. Sure, I mean, it'll be sensitive to the absolute path. We can fix it up and make it relative later. Okay, so if I want to do it with that sort of type of include, I'm going to make it relative to this folder, actually. That. And then hit OK. And then it should build. Oh, wait, no, I did it wrong. I did that wrong. It's not that directory. It's the include directory. Yep. And then it'll find it, and then I can build it. Now, to actually try to use it, right? So it would be like auto timekeeper is Twitch time. Actually, what am I doing? I can just say, put it on the stack, right? And then just say return timekeeper dot get tick count. Turn it into an int or something like that, right? And then build. Oh, it's abstract. Ooh, that's right. I can't use the timekeeper. Shoot. It's abstract. What am I thinking? It's a virtual base class. I need to do something concrete then. I guess it would be the root messaging class. Yep. Okay, so we're including Twitch then. Twitch messaging, sorry. And this is a Twitch messaging. TMI. What can we do with it? What are its methods again? Actually, what am I doing? I can just say TMI dot join, leave, login, logout, send. How about we just do set user null pointer? That should be fairly harmless. Right, and then we'll just do that and end up returning x times 2. So it's just doing a no-op thing, just to make sure that we can actually call it. Oh, right. So not only do we have to have the include folder for that, we have to have the include folder for all its dependencies. So yeah, it's kind of messy. If we're mixing CMake generated project files with something that wasn't from CMake, so we have to do what CMake would do. I need to not only include the Twitch libraries headers, but I have to include its dependencies headers too. So I got to go to system abstractions include, and then I have to add one for string extensions include. So we have all three of those folders, and then I should be able to build it. Syntax error. Ooh. Why am I getting that? Oh, I think I might know why. I think it defaults to be not C++11. Can you post links? Sure. Oh, you already have the Git project, huh? Or is that something else? I did the git clones in the project directory? I did it in the solution, the top level directory. So here's where we made the top level solution, and I cloned the three libraries here. So they're in, I guess you'd call them sibling directories to where our DLL project is. But it shouldn't really matter. I think, though, the problem I'm having with building is that I use C++11 and the default code gen is not C++11. I forget what... Oh, language. Here we go. I need to do... not default, but... What is the Is the default 11 now? Okay, what if we just do 14? And then build again. We're still getting a syntax error. Why would I be getting a syntax error there? How did I tell Visual Studio to show the project files in the solution tree on the right? I did right click and I did add existing item. You can't see it because it's off to the side. Sorry. So right click on the solution and then add and then existing item, and then I just found and picked the VCX proj file that I had made with CMake, like this one. What am I working on making? Right now I am trying to go through an exercise where I take some libraries that I made which have CMake files for making the build system, and I'm trying to use them in a context of Visual Studio with Visual Studio project files to try to recreate or maybe see what's different between the way I'm doing it and what one of my viewers, PidgeyRL, is doing. They're running into a problem that might be similar to what I'll be running into running through this exercise. Is there a chance that you could flip you the CMake I use? Yeah. But I don't know if it's completely correct yet until I actually get it to work completely. But I can just... not this one. I want the one... this right here. Yeah, I'll flip this one. I'll just put it into a gist. Hold on. Let me make a new window. And... go to make a gist. Oh, no. I was on the correct screen there already. So this is CMake list.txt description, example, top level, CMake lists. CMake lists? Yep. For a solution with 3 libraries in it. And then create public gist. Here it is. Confirm that I can get it over here when I'm not logged in. Yeah. Most of it is doing this stuff where we allow you to change the compiler flags to make sure the runtime libraries are in alignment. So if I did this wrong, we'll get a linker error, and I'll just go back and flip them and regenerate the project files. But I'm pretty sure the defaults are good. All right, we don't need that window. The command I ran is the one I have in most of my make files. So CMake lists. So for example, here, if the Twitch README should have listed it in the README here at the bottom. This command. That's the command I usually. This is the format that I usually follow. If you have a newer version of CMake that knows about 2019, you could have it generate the 2019 project files directly. But instead I don't have the latest CMake, so I did 2017 project files, loaded them in, and then I updated the platform tool set to 2019. What's CMake? It is a build sister builder. It's a meta build system. Yeah. So it generates the Visual Studio project files. What's MSVC? Microsoft Visual C or C++ or compiler. I forget what the C stands for, but it's Microsoft's compiler. Okay. Oh wait, I think we need to set it for all of them. No, this is just the DLLN. Okay, so this project. Yeah, this project is still wrong when it comes to language somehow. You know what I can do is I can compare with what we have in the other projects here. Okay, those actually have it set to default, so let's just do inherit. What's different then? SDL checks are on there. Let's make it the same. Well, no. Hold on. Let me think about this. I need to look for something that's different that makes sense as far as like code generation or language. Those look the same to me. Is it this conformance mode permissive? Yes. Conformance mode, no. What if I change that to inherit? This runtime type information is on. Let's see if that matters. All right, build that. It's still a problem. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? Hey there, Shines Love. Use output, then error list. It's just telling me that when it gets to the when it gets to compiling stuff.cpp, it's having trouble compiling the header file that it's including. It looks to me like it's not thinking that it's C++11, but it could be some. Oh wait, I bet you this is pound defined to be something else in Windows. Okay, all right. I ran into this before. It's something that bad that Windows likes to do. We need to undef error and then try again. Yep, that's what it was. So apparently error was a macro in one of the Windows headers. Probably in Windows.h. Something in Windows.h is declaring a macro for error. And so when it got to error, it replaced that with the contents of the macro, which we can't see even with IntelliSense for some reason. But by undefining it before we including the error, we got around it. So that maybe that's the problem you're running into, Pidgey. Try doing undef error. You had the same issue with errno as a variable name? Yeah. I've run into this before, but I always forget about running into it until I start to think about what is it like. It had a strange problem on line 33. What was it? And it's like, oh, it's not error I've seen before in Windows. You just clobbered your project. Oh no, what'd you do? You think it is CMake in the project folder? If you have it, and I would recommend that when you're working, you always make a get workspace. Actually, I forgot to do that, so I should have done it too. I should have said get init here, and then if I mess up, I can go back. Right? It looks like we'll have to have a bunch of stuff in our ignore files, but that's okay. Let's make one. Let's make an ignore file. And here we do a .get ignore, and we're going to ignore .vs. We don't need it, right? And then F5. What else can we ignore? We can ignore debug and release. We're going to want to ignore the other sub-projects, so stream extensions, system abstractions, Twitch. Should we? Oh. You know, we've already made the project files. I could just extract them out and delete the deps folder now, right? Or we could include it and just ignore the CMake files? Maybe? Maybe. So like, ignore deps CMake files. And maybe, well, we might as well check all that stuff in, right? Sure. Like if we checked it into our top level project, it's really, we're just checking in the generated build files. And if we wanted to, we could run CMake again to regenerate them. Oh, did I misspell string extensions? It's string extensions. What am I doing? Save. F5. There we go. So like I can now stage this and then if I were to screw things up, I could get it back from Git. These are probably all good to check in, right? Along with the solution file. Yeah, why not? Why not just check them all in? Yep, I'm gonna say this is initial revision. Commit. Now if I screw something up, I can get those files back. All right. Let me catch up on chat, but I think that gave us a working DLL that actually calls into the Twitch library, and so anything beyond that would be just particular to the methods we're using. But minimal, so this minimal project should build. Like I could post this in Git somewhere, and then you could get it and compare with what you have maybe. Apparently you're missing gtest. You shouldn't need it. I didn't pull in gtest either. I don't know why you would need it. You missed where I said to run the CMake file as well. That was back here where it should still be in here, right? Oh no, I ran it in a Visual Studio command prompt. I ran that same command that I have in my README. Generated all the project files. Okay, so let me review the steps that I did. So number one was create a new DLL project with solution, separate folders. You just found out that you have GUI for your version of Git for Windows as well. That's nice. Oh, you mean the Git GUI? The one that I'm doing? What am I doing today? Today, I'm right now going through an exercise reusing some of my old libraries in a Visual Studio project, DLL project, because PidgeyRL had the problem doing that. And so I wanted to go through the exercise to see what am I doing differently, maybe what I can improve on my own README and other instructions. For Windows MinGW Git, yeah, it comes with it, but I've noticed on Mac and sometimes Linux, depending on the distro, like you don't get it. That the Git GUI is an optional thing. Okay, before I lose my place in chat, let me catch up with chat. I am Bob 1092. Hello. In my C++ web server, how do I manage to run the web server alongside running node modules? They're different programs. So my C++ web server is one program, and then everything I run in by node modules. Do you mean like the JavaScript stuff, or do you mean like the plugins for the web server? Because if you're talking about the JavaScript modules are run with Node.js, that's Node.js that run in another window. If you're talking about the plugins for the web server, those are DLLs that are dynamically linked in when needed using, I think, load library. The JavaScript stuff, yeah, so I run them in a different window. So in one window, I'll run the web server stuff, and another window, I'll run npm start for the front end. So front end, back end, separate sides, don't even need to be on the same computer. I run them in different shells. It's not really that magical. They're just different shells, different programs. How can you learn C# for game dev without copy paste from courses? Good question. I would say go to Unity website and start looking at their tutorials. That's what I started to do. So just go to Bing, because Bing doesn't dox you, and you do Unity tutorials. Unity Learn. There you go. There's where you should start. Yep. They have different levels, whether you're just beginning or advanced. They have different topics here. All sorts of stuff. And it's because Unity is so heavily C#, you'll inevitably be looking at C# code. Recommend Bracky's YouTube. There you go. There's another recommendation for you. Okay, I need to go back and check because I missed a bunch of older stuff, right? Let me first start with the stuff that tagged me. Global Deconstructor, I think it was just confused. When I didn't have this undef error, and it got to this, it just got really confused about the syntax of my code at that point. So that error was just the compiler being very confused. Let's see. I haven't said hi to a bunch of people, but I'm kind of falling behind in chat. So let me see if you ask me a question and I didn't answer it, it's not that I'm ignoring you. It's probably because I'm not keeping up with chat. Feel free to tag me and let me know that I missed a question. Let me catch up. Is my bot written in C++? Yes, it is, but I am thinking about rewriting it in Rust. Let's see. Do you think that you can have Express server and have C++ as a WebSocket to send requests through? I don't know what you mean by Express server, but you can write WebSockets in any programming language. It's really just it's a design, it's a component with a certain interface, so you can make it in almost any language. I've seen WebSockets written in Python, Rust, C++, C#, and did I miss one? Yeah, almost every language has an implementation of WebSockets, and you can even write your own, like I did. Express.js, yeah, I don't know Express.js, I'm sorry. All right, let me get back to the summary of what I did. And maybe here we'll learn something. So I created a new DLL project with solution. Then I downloaded Twitch library from Git, and then downloaded 2 dependency libraries. That's string extensions and system abstractions. Also from Git. And then I made a, if I'm doing past tense, it should be consistent. Made a top level CMake lists just so that I could run CMake to generate a Visual Studio project files for the dependencies. Made a deps folder for those project files. Ran CMake in the deps folder to generate the project files. Then added those project files into the DLL solutions, into the DLL solution. Then I updated the what is it called? Platform tool set in each project to match that of the DLL project. What else did I do? Oh, I had to add the reference. So add reference in DLL project to the Twitch project. That's for the linker. All right, and then in the DLL projects, additional include directories, C, C++, general, additional include directories, add the 3 include folders from the dependency libraries. And then, okay, I also, in the DLL project, set up a new source file. And in there, include the Twitch messaging HTTP header. And then before the include of the Twitch messaging header, undef error. And there's probably a bigger list I can find for things that might run into a problem with the Windows headers. And if we go over the CMake one more time, yeah, we'll do that. Then it worked, right? Okay, I also had to do a little bit of stuff for, okay, this is not really needed to build it, but I did it intending to maybe try to use it in a program, but I made this DLL exports. I leveraged the DLL and exports macro so that when we're building the DLL, our API is set up to export, to build an export library. But if we're using our DLL, this won't be defined, so we're now going to require it to be from the DLL, importing from it. And that's important because if we don't have that, then when we try to build a program that uses this doit API, it's not going to be able to figure out that it needs to load the DLL for that. So you either need to do it that way, or the other way is to have a another project. I had an example of that it's like you can list your dependencies in a separate file, which makes a DLL export library. A lot of this is in the minutia of making a DLL, not really related to how we use my libraries with the DLL. So anyway, if I missed something, let me know, but let's review that CMake again. So I think this is the minimum. Well, we don't actually need all this stuff. Maybe we can remove all this. I think by minimum, we need to make sure that the project files are compatible with C++ 11 or higher. I don't think we need this in Windows. This getting the directory property parent directory is just a little trick that I use to know if the CMake file is the root one of the solution or not. Because if it's at the root, then we need this extra stuff. If we're not at the root, then we don't, because we expect the root to do this. And what I traditionally do in my CMake root CMake lists is to set up this option so that I can decide whether or not the runtime library is static link or dynamic link. Because if it's one way or the other, you have to change the MD to MT. You can do that manually. That is, you'll find it in the properties. It's one of these. Code generation? Yeah. Runtime library here. It's the MD is DLL and MT is for static link, and by default it's different, isn't it? It's DLL version. Oh no, that's the default, right? The default is static link off, so it'll be MD, right? What else was there? Actually, would this not match MD lowercase d? Huh. Interesting. I forgot that there's a debug version of the debug version of the DLL runtime, and then a static link. I mean a release version of the DLL of the runtime library. Yeah. I guess the CMake always generates. Let's see what it generates actually. Maybe this is wrong. Let's not talk about that. I don't think we even need to. I could probably just delete that for now. The default is fine, right? The important thing is that whatever you have for the runtime has to match what you're linking it with. Right now they're matching, right? They're all multi-threaded debug DLL. But if I were to switch this to like multi-threaded debug and then build this, you'll see I'll get interesting linker errors. They'll say mismatch detected for runtime library. Actually, that's a much nicer error message than in previous versions of Visual Studio. It used to be you get really obscure things about symbols being defined differently. Actually, yeah, this is what you'd used to see. These looks like they added that for convenience. Sorry that the font is so small. You know what I can do is I can just take this and put it in here where it's much bigger. So yeah, these are nice where it tells you there's a mismatch detected. Usually, it didn't used to say this in old versions of Visual Studio. You just had to remember that when you see errors about things being, what is this, multiply defined, already defined, and when you see lib, something with the runtime library in there, I think that's libc. When you see libc stuff versus MSVC runtime, that's telling you that you have a mismatch between different variants of the runtime library. And again, MSVC is Visual Studio, Microsoft Visual C, right? I think the P stands for, actually I can't remember, but RT is runtime and then D for debug. And the 140 is the 1.40 is the version of the library. And then I don't know why they don't use MSVC, but this version is the static link version of it, whereas this is the DLL version, which is why they say DLL there. So this is a sign I kind of got accustomed to recognizing as mismatch in runtime libraries. So the answer was to always just go through and compare and make sure runtime library is the same for every project. It has to be the same because we're linking these all together. So just set that back to the same exact version, then we build again, it should be fine. But anyway, I'm sidetracked, right? Back to the CMake list. So boiling it down to what are the essential things here, I think all I needed to do here was to make sure it's C++ 11 and to make sure we add those three subdirectories so that it makes project files for them. And this was just to suppress warnings. And I don't think these are strictly necessary. Really, you only need these add subdirectories, and you probably also need to set it to C++ 11, and that's it. So depth CMake list should generate a VS proj. They'll make VCX proj for all of the subdirectories, so we can see them here under depths. So Twitch will have twitch.vcx proj, right? So this is a Visual Studio C++ project file. So there'll be one each in each library. So there'll be one for system abstractions there, and there'll be one for string extensions there. And then those are the 3 files that we needed. All these other files that came with it from CMake, we could just throw them away. In fact, if you wanted to, you could just take these VCX proj files, copy them out, and then just delete the deps folder. You don't need it anymore. Should I go through that exercise to verify that? Let's do that. So let me temporarily remove these projects. Remove them. Sure, we'll save them. And then I'm going to move them out. So string extensions, we're going to take this and move it out to the top. How do I move it to the top? Just drag it down here? Sure. And then system abstractions under deps. That one, move it out. Come on, scroll down. Move it out. And then Twitch .vcx proj, move it out. And then I'm going to delete the whole deps folder. Delete it. Delete didn't work, so I'm going to just do that. Recycle bin, sure, fine, okay. So now, the only artifacts that I preserved from running CMake are the VCX proj files. Even though I moved them, it should still work because they used absolute path names for all their files, right? You could go here and make them relative paths, or you can change the absolute paths, whatever you want to do. Personally, I'd probably turn them into relative paths from the solution file, which would mean it would be just that, I think, right? I could just do that. We'll just do that just as an experiment here. If that doesn't work, we'll change it back. Do the directories go into deps? I just deleted deps completely. Everything we made with CMake, I deleted, except the only thing I kept were the VCX projects, because those are the only things that Visual Studio actually needs. Before that, well, deps was a whole build directory tree that CMake made for us. So it had all of the project files and all the other stuff. It actually had the filter files. We probably don't need the filter files. If we do, I'll get them back in a second. I should be able to just say, add them back now. Add these 3 back. And then add this reference back. Oh, how come this? Oh, I didn't add them into the right spot. They need to be added to the solution. Okay, remove. Not doing this right. Remove. Yes. From the solution, add existing project. And then add all 3. I can't add them all. Okay, I have to add them one at a time. Fine. I'll add them one at a time. Add existing project. I forgot what folder I'm in. System abstractions. Add existing project. Shoot. Here. Twitch. It's interesting it didn't remember the tool set to use. We'll fix it. Oh no, we updated the platform toolset, but I didn't update the project file. I thought there was an option to do that. I don't see it though. Build, rebuild, clean, view, analyze, project only. Add class, manage. Shouldn't there be an option to update it? I don't see it. Weird. File? Where do they keep these things these days? There should be a way to update the project file to 2019 version. The retarget solution? No, that's to target a different SDK version. I don't know where it is. It's here somewhere. Maybe I have to go into properties and find it here somewhere. I don't know. Maybe I'll look somewhere else some other day. Anyway, I need to add the reference again, right? For the linker to be happy. And then I should just be able to build it. Oh, that's interesting. We have some unresolved symbols. What did I do wrong here? Unresolved oh, the references here aren't right. Interesting. I must have, I must have clobbered them somehow, so I have to set the references again. So Twitch depends on string extensions and system abstractions. And system abstractions depends on string extensions, right? And then we're back in business. So looks like maybe some of the other files I deleted from that temporary deps build tree had to do with some of these references, but I was able to add them back. So yeah, the references here set link time dependencies. So if you don't have the references set, you'll have linker errors about unresolved symbols. But if you recreate the references to match what were in the original CMake files, which I don't have anymore. Oh no, I do in these subdirectories, right? That's interesting. It made that. Huh. There's some intermediate file crap we might have to fix. Anyway, the original CMake files will have target link libraries. These are our dependencies. So target link libraries in CMake reflects what you should put under references in Visual Studio. So if these don't match, you would just add them here to match. Okay, so let me catch up in chat. You're getting CMake error at CMake list 32 add subdirectory, etc. given source Twitch, which is non-existing directory. Oh yeah, when you are making the build the Visual Studio solution files using CMake, the directory structure has to match. So when this said add subdirectory Twitch, you actually have to have a subdirectory named Twitch. And that subdirectory has to have the CMake list for Twitch. So if you arrange your folders differently, then you'll want to change this to be whatever you named or wherever you put it. Maybe you put it under depths Twitch or something like that, right? Actually, I don't know if you can do... I don't think you can actually do that. If you had it 2 levels down, you'd have to say add subdirectory depths, and inside of depths you'd have to have a CMake list that has these 3 lines in it. Anyway, that's what I would recommend. Just put these 3 folders. I didn't want to... Yeah, these 3 folders at the same level as your top level CMake lists in order for the add subdirectories to work. Hey there, Nick program, now called WP Nicking. How are you doing today? I do remember you a little bit. There are so many people that I meet, though, that it's hard for me to remember everything about everybody, but I hope you're doing well. And hey there, LumaCode. Yeah, we're just going through this exercise like the current task says above me to reuse some existing libraries in a DLL project in Visual Studio. So I went over like the steps that I took to get it to work, where I'm started off with a clean DLL project and solution in Visual Studio, and then it's like, okay, in that DLL project, let's reuse some of the stuff I made, which requires CMake. So downloaded the library and its dependencies from Git, made a top-level CMake list so that I could run CMake to generate the Visual Studio projects, which was these 2 steps, then add those projects into the DLL solution, and then these are the fix-ups I had to do to get it all working. I had to make sure the platform toolsets matched, so it's all 2019 for Visual Studio 2019. Then we had to make sure the references and all the projects are correct. So the top-level DLL project depends on the Twitch library. The Twitch library depends on the other 2 dependencies, and then one of those 2 dependencies depended on the other. And those are the link time dependencies, how you do them in Visual Studio. For the compile time dependencies, we had to go into the additional include directory setting and add the dependencies there. So I had to go right click, hit properties, go to C++, general, additional include folders, and there I had to list, it's kind of hard to see, but I had to list, if I made this bigger, can I see it? Yeah. I had to list the include folders for all of those 3 dependencies. At that point, our test source file was able to pound include the library header. But then we ran into an issue where this symbol error, which is used in one of my libraries, is actually a macro in windows.h. So, or windows.h. So we had to undef it to resolve a bunch of weird compiler errors. And let me demonstrate them. If we don't undef error, we get a whole bunch of really confusing error messages, starting from when I use the word error as an enum variant, right? So that was my clue that there's something wrong there. It's too bad Visual Studio doesn't show me that it's actually a macro. But yeah, undeffing it was the trick to working around that little problem. Oh, you got it to build? Nice. I'd like to know exactly what your stumbling block is, because maybe I can include information in my README files to address that, if it's something that other people are going to run to. So it was CMake, so maybe if I had an additional section to my README saying, if you want to use this project in Visual Studio and you need a Visual Studio project, here's how you would go about making it, and then maybe I would take this and kind of expand on it, maybe? Or alternatively, what I could do is just generate these VCX proj files and just check them into the original Git repo, right? And you can say, hey, if you don't want to use CMake, here's a Visual Studio project file you could use instead. You could reference the gist in this video. Yeah, that's true. I could say, if you run into this problem, here's this gist, and here's where I went through the exercise of doing it to make it work. All right. I'm glad that you got it working. I'm going to try to save this information somewhere and incorporate it back into my README stuff at some point. Where do I want to save it? Let's just save it right here. We'll call it process of... Oh, Pidgey, you didn't have to do that, but thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate the support. All right, process of reusing libs in VS Solution. There we go. We'll save that. Oh, no problem, Pidgey. I really love a complex problem, and I also love teaching, and I also love finding out what's wrong in my own library's instructions and then making it better. So I really appreciate actually the feedback that you had a problem in the first place, because probably 99 times out of 100, people will run into a problem and just say, I'm not going to use this. And then I lose out on not knowing that there was a problem with someone using my stuff. And I just, not even aware that there's a problem. But your feedback telling me that you had a problem gives me the opportunity to explore what did you run into and how can I make my README stuff, my libraries better, so that the next person who might try to reuse this, if they run into a problem, they'll have some helpful instructions maybe, or maybe we can help them avoid the problem entirely by maybe I just include a VCX project from the beginning and they just pull that in and they're good to go, So yeah, you're also helping me, so I appreciate that. I'm going to take a break and then switch gears. We're going to do Rust next. After I make sure I check this stuff in, because I don't want to lose it. Maybe what I'll do is put this into GitHub somewhere as an example about how to reuse this stuff. I need to clean this up a bit. Oh, they were including it by reference before, I see. This is where Git comes in handy, where if I get it to work once and then I change something and get it to work again, I can see what actually is different. Yeah, so we're actually adding in VCX proj files this time. Okay, so make this solution work without with only CMake generated VCX proj files. There we go. I'll have to clean that up and put it into GitHub. All right, I'm gonna take a break. Like I said, I'll be back in just a few minutes. Then we'll switch gears and do some Rust. I want to learn more about Rust macros, so I'll be right back. I'm back a few seconds early. One thing I wanted to show before I switch gears, actually, what I was thinking about on the break is I need to point out one significant change to the build system here. What I normally do with CMake is the build system itself is not checked into version control. And so I can get away with the fact that in a lot of these generated build files, we have absolute path names. Now, as you might imagine, if I were to check this into Git and upload it to GitHub and someone else downloads it, this project will not build for them unless they have exactly the same absolute path names for all their files. So whenever we're taking a build system that is not in version control, that's generated on the fly using a tool like CMake, and we're using it, leveraging it, and turning it into a build system which is actually now going to be part of version control, we're going to want to have to take all the absolute paths that are generated and turn them into relative paths, because the next person that's going to clone this and then try to build, they're not going to have the project in the same folder, and so it's not going to work for them unless we've turned them into relative path names. So that's probably, if I put this into GitHub, that's probably one of the things I'll do. And what I did here was basically that. I took out those absolute path names and made them relative. Now it should build no matter where we end up putting this. I'll need to go through and like stuff like this where we actually this whole thing here about rerunning CMake I'll probably want to strip out. right? If we want to divorce it completely from CMake, we just used the CMake tool to generate the project file in the first place. We'd probably just strip all this stuff out. Otherwise, if someone tries to use it again, it might reinvoke CMake, which is going to require that you have CMake installed and all this stuff. So we probably want to strip all this stuff out, make all the path names relative instead of absolute, including these additional include folders and that kind of thing. And as you can see, like Visual Studio solution files, even though they're kind of gross XML, they're not too unreadable. You can kind of figure out what's going on. Like if I wanted to remove or add some new project configurations, I do it here. Yeah, this is the, I think the default platform. And, right, these are conditional these are, the configuration types can be conditional based off of release debug or 64, 32-bit, that kind of thing. They're not too hard to figure out. It's like, here's the one option that I was editing back over here when I do properties, C++ runtime library. Where was that? Code generation runtime library. This in the GUI corresponds to this line in the XML. You can kind of figure it out by the names matching. So yeah, not too bad. Okay, we're gonna see, what did I change? Okay, I don't need this buffer, so close that. And I think we can save that. I don't think I needed that other goo that was in there. Yeah, I think we'll just close all this stuff out. Toml is the best. Everyone has their own favorite markup language. I'm kind of a fan of JSON, but, you know, Toml's not bad. It's called Visual Studio, that's right. It's a GUI for editing that really gross XML. Sometimes, though, I can't find stuff. It's hard to search in the Visual Studio GUI. And hey there, really, Frank? Okay, let's close this. Do I have another window open? I do. So I can close this one. Close Visual Studio. Goodbye, Visual Studio. And go to, going to the Rust playground. This is where I was learning Rust stuff. What was I doing here? Oh, I don't need that buffer. Okay, so we're switching to Rust. All right, so yesterday I had gone quite a bit through learning how to do declarative Rust macros, but I wasn't finished. So I want to finish looking at that right now. Finish up reading about Rust declarative macros. You remember your mom showing you that when you were younger and typing full sentences to search for stuff? Ask Jeeves. There we go. Ask Jeeves. Doesn't Wolfram Alpha have a similar thing now? You can ask it complete human language sentences and it'll try to figure out what you want. All right, so this is the declarative macro I learned how to make yesterday. And if I open split on the right to show you where we use it, I use it down here. So I have two incarnations of my cat Casper. One where we're explicit on the Casper's favorite word, and one where we're not. And so this works because the macro has two variants internally. And I'm explaining how this works as a form of, if I could explain it, then it means I understand it. I always forget that term. What was it? I want to look it up now. I closed it. It was duck something. Rubber ducking? Was that it? Rubber duck debugging? Yeah, I think it's rubber duck debugging. Yeah. It's based on a story in a book where a programmer carry around a rubber duck and debug their code by forcing themselves to explain it line by line to the duck. So by making myself explain this to chat, then it verifies that I know what I'm talking about. So This is how we define a macro, a declarative macro in Rust. These two are the, it looks like a match expression, basically like a switch in C, where we're going to follow one of these two paths based on what was passed to the macro. And they're like pattern matches. So in this pattern, we have one expression. In this pattern, we have two expressions. You can kind of figure out from this simple example that these represent what we gave the macro here. And it's split between, we give it a name and we say what type of thing we expected. So it's expression and X. And so we can fill in the X here. This is the actual code that replaces this macro invocation. So literally what the Rust compiler will do is take this and, well, actually, let me take this line. And then we're taking this and putting it in place of the macro completely, and then replacing the X with that string old. That's exactly what that does. Quack, yeah. So, the documentation I was reading got into a little bit more detail about how to do some more advanced stuff. So, for example, actually you can kind of see it side by side here. The vec macro for building vectors has a repeating pattern, which is, you can see by the star here, that means 0 or more of the previous, which is an expression with comma between each one. And then whenever we have one of these repeating expressions, we're going to expect to have one of these constructs where we have a block that is repeated the same number of times as we have arguments. So if we have 3 arguments, we'll have 3 pushes. So I think intuitively that makes sense, and then so that's a pretty good example of explaining it. So I was going to go deeper into the documentation I was reading yesterday, or was it 2 days ago? Hey there, Chris. We're in the middle of the deep end of Rust declarative macros. You found in your main code hello world. Error checking? No. Hello world? Yes. Yeah, you just say hello. Don't check for errors. I left the hello world in there. Rust gives you the hello world right out of the box. Isn't that funny? I just left it in there. When you do a cargo new to make a new project, you just get that line and this line and this line for free. Yeah. Ooh, we have to greet the world after we're done or at the beginning. You're doing macros to learn. I'm just doing it to learn. Also, in the future, when I run into situations where I'm going to end up doing this kind of repetitive stuff, you can see how handy it is to use this macro because it's easier to read and removes the redundancy. So I'm probably going to run into situations where I have code that looks like this, and I'm going to be like, hey, there's a repeating pattern here. Maybe I can use a macro to condense it and make it more readable. So that's what I hope to get out of it, that in the future, when I start finding myself doing patterns like that I'll think, hey, macro might help here. Cargo new lib gives tests for free. That's true. I forgot about that. So yeah, I want to learn enough of it so that when I see a pattern where it might come in useful, I'll at least have a starting point and know roughly what I would need to do. And if I get something wrong, maybe I would go back to the documentation where I learned it in the first place, that kind of thing. I don't intend to memorize it. I just want to know enough of it to get a feel for what it looks like and when I would use it. Okay, so I'm going to just reuse the links from the previous day. I think we were looking at the little book, right? Which one was that? Which one of these was it? Was it this one? I think it was this one. Yeah, the little book on Rust macros. There we go. I think I was on chapter 4 somewhere. I think I was on push down accumulation. Yeah, and I was having trouble grokking this. Let me see if I can do better today with a fresh brain. Why not have a common Raimu Rusty lib where you just store all those macros? Hey, why not? Right now, it's just a project called Rust where I have thrown together a lot of little playground things and leet code solutions that I was using to exercise my knowledge. All right. So all macros in Rust must result in a complete supported syntax element, such as an expression. This means that it's impossible to have a macro expand to a partial construct. Right. One might hope that the above example could be more directly expressed like that. The expectation is that the expansion of the array literal would proceed as follows. So if you start with that, it would expand to that, which would then expand to that, which would then expand to that, because that's how cool macros are. But they're telling us that this won't work because these are incomplete expressions. This is what I didn't quite get on Tuesday. How is this an incomplete expression versus these? Oh, I think I get it. This is not it must be that a macro invocation doesn't work within within this context. But here it expands to the macro is always on the outside. So it's building it inside out. It's the same. We end up with the same thing because this results in that when we're done. But here it's built differently. Try it, yeah. The Rust compiler would tell me about it, right? I'm just going to accept for now, without really knowing deep down why, I'm going to accept for now that this is not a complete expression, that this is an incomplete expression, whereas these are all... Actually, those aren't even expressions, right? Or are these expressions? I guess so. That these are complete expressions, whereas these are not. And I'm just going to continue on. The expression is above. Oh, this one? Yeah. They're trying to say that each this is the original one, right? Because that matches this here. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is an intermediate one as well, right? Right, because it came from here. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah, so none of these are complete expressions then, right? I'm just going to accept it for now that there's some reason why these are not complete expressions, and that's why it doesn't work, but these are. I mean, these look more correct to me because they're all macro invocations. The outermost is a macro. Yeah, we're doing Rust now. I'm trying to split my streams these days between some Rust and some non-Rust. And we'll see how it goes. Because there are people who want to see Rust, and there's some people who don't really care for Rust. All right. So the critical part of this formulation is to use this token tree to preserve the output without triggering parsing. So this is saying just match 0 more things as token trees. Don't even look at them yet. And that's how it works. Whereas this formulation required expression at every step, and they're not complete expressions, so it doesn't work. That's my takeaway from this. What can I say? You were totally lost in the C part? Yeah, so now you hopefully won't be totally lost because we're on Rust. Yeah, you can come here to mock too, that's fine. Hey there, Metalstorm. Hey, there are lots of different reasons why you'd want to watch Science and Tech dev stream, and I try to be accommodating. It gets init array, which expands to E, which is incomplete. I mean, you're saying this is incomplete because this is not an expression, right? Or this does, yeah, okay. There's some kind of mental block I have of it, but I'm okay with that. Let's just move on. The takeaway is to use the repeating token tree to hold on to the rest without triggering the parsing of it. All right, so let's go move on. Repetition replacement. This pattern is where a matched repetition sequence is simply discarded, with the variable being used to instead drive some repeating pattern that is related to the input only in terms of length. So I don't know what the TY is. Is that type? It must be type, right? TT was token tree, which basically can match anything. And then TY is has to be a type. Okay, so this is one or more. This is 0 or more types are expected for tuple default. And then it goes and uses this macro. Oh, I get it. So it's pulling the expression on the end, the last type, and just reducing to that. Oh, and tossing the stuff in front. Okay. Okay, so this expands to n number of replace expression calls, which end up tossing the type in front? No. Oh, the type is just a placeholder to have it do it a certain number of times then, right? Because this is just gonna yield default. So we're just gonna end up having a bunch of defaults in a row, right? It has no brackets around the EE when inner macros expand. Yeah, that's the part that I don't quite get, but I'm okay with that. I'm missing some piece of the mental connections that I'll probably get by looking at something else. I don't want to look at the same thing over and over again. And it's just banging my head against the wall, right? I'll pick it up somewhere else. Okay, here we're not actually using the match types. Yeah, we're just using them to count. We throw them away instead, replace them with a single repeated expression. To put it another, we don't care about what the types are, only how many they are. Yeah, I get it. Cool. Trailing separators. There are various places in Rust where trailing commas are permitted. The two common ways of matching a list of expressions can deal with either no trailing comma or a trailing comma, but not both. Okay. Right, so it's if you have the comma inside the repeating part or not. Placing that repetition after the main list, however, will capture any number, including 0 or 1, of trailing commas, or any other separator you may be using. Okay, note that this cannot be used in all contexts. The compiler rejects this. You'll likely need to use multiple arms and or incremental matching. That makes sense. Either no trailing comma or a trailing comma, but not both. So this is trailing comma, and this is... No, this is no trailing comma, right? I don't get it. The difference between this, I don't quite understand yet. Anyway, let's move on. I don't need to understand it completely. Token type bundling. In particularly complex recursive macros, a large number of arguments may be needed in order to carry identifiers expressions to successive layers. However, depending on the implementation, there may be many intermediate layers which need to forward these arguments, but do not need to use them. As such, it can be very useful to bundle all the arguments into a single token tree by placing them in a group. This allows layers which do not need to use as arguments to simply capture and substitute a single token tree rather than having to exactly capture them. Let me see what's going on here. So we have call A or B on tail, and I can see the token tree tail there. They called it tail on purpose so that we know what it means. Now what's the difference between here? The difference between here is either it says A or B here, right? And they both, so we're throwing away the A and the B, right? Oh no, there's the A there, and there's the B. Okay, so given an A expression and a B expression, fallback, comma, call A or a call B, we're either, so we're calling one or the other. That's why it says A or B. Okay, I get it. And then this arm This is the outer one. It must be the outer one, right? I think so, because it's calling the inner ones. Right, it's a token tree. Follow, what's skip, though? I don't quite get the skip. Expression with the comma outside the parentheses has a comma as a separator, and trailing separator is not handles. Okay. Not handled. Comma, it's inside the repeated pattern. So that means that if it's inside the repeating pattern, it'll be required at the end. If it's outside, then it's a separator, and so separators become optional. Is that right? So test my understanding. I don't need this one, by the way. This is the right way to say it, right? That would mean optional trailing comma. The commas are the separators. And this is every element ends in a comma. Trailing comma required. That's... Am I understanding it right? In other words, we expect 0 or more expressions followed by commas, so the comma always has to be at the end. This is saying we're going to have 0 or more expressions, and we use comma to separate them, which means that you could have one at the end if you want, or not. Right? Hopefully I understood that. This, I don't quite get the skip yet, but maybe they'll explain that. That's how you understand it? Okay, good. If I can understand it as well as Silmith can understand it, and hello, Silmith, then I feel good about it. Okay, where are they? Okay, they're using it here. Oh, I see. This is literally an A and literally a colon. So they have to have A colon, B colon. Okay. And this is an expression to be matched. Got it. Here are a bunch of tokens that we end up just... Oh, they end up getting passed to stringify, right? So what's the skip then? This is one token tree. Is this skip? No, the comma is that comma. So what's the skip token tree then? Yeah, maybe they'll explain it and I'll just read about it. Example about bundles the A and B expressions into a group, which can then be forwarded as a single token tree by the recursive rule. The group is then destructured by the terminal rules to access the expressions. So, okay, they didn't tell me what the skip is matching. What are we skipping there? It's one token tree. Do I want to just try this in the playground and see what it does? I think I do. And I always forget the link to it. Oh, do I have it here somewhere? Rust playground? I don't. I should add it here, shouldn't I? Rust language. Is it playground or sandbox? Playground? Playground. All right, run that. Only the terminal rules care. Hold on, what? We had a panic. Okay, one of the asserts failed. Which assert? 34? So this assert failed. This assert passed. And it printed only the terminal rules care. Oh, this is all skipped because we only match call, right? Where was that other window? Yeah, this will only match one of these two, so we have to have a call B colon or a call A colon. This has the call B colon, so then the only way it could possibly match is if this entire token tree here matches this skip. Right? And this is the AB token tree, and there's the comma. I think I got it. Interesting. And this one didn't match Y. Just by existence of two paths, we'll also call A. Well, that should be the skip, right? Make it return some 91. What? The length of the string. Is it off by 1 because of how I copy pasted it? It's 90 instead of 91, so how is it off by 1? It should be the length of that, right? Because it's going to stringify all those tokens together and then compute the length of it. Interesting that we got 90 instead of 91. Okay, so it wasn't meant to panic. It was meant to actually pass and call A, which is compute length. Oh, there's an extra space here? Is that the problem? No, it was one shorter than 9. It's supposed to be 90, not 91. Okay, then what's... I don't want to count them. I guess I can. Why not? How many characters are here? Assuming that that gets replaced by a space, then how many characters is that? 87. Okay, it's not. Maybe it does include the spaces. So just... delete and add a space instead. 111. Okay, I don't know how they get 90 or 91 then. I'm not going to sweat it anymore. It's off by 1 for some reason. I don't think it is intended to be off by 1. Anyway, let's continue. Hey there, Mr. Muffles. Look at all those emotes. There's some new emotes too. So for example, I can say, Mr. Muffles, you definitely pass. Visibility. Matching and substituting visibility can be tricky in Rust. Due to the absence of any kind of visibility matcher. Okay. Visibility is like public, private, right? Oh, okay, so there's no way we can match it. The above will match struct items that are private or public because this is 0 or more pub tokens. Right, because we can't say 0 or 1, we can only say 0 or more. It'll match pub pub or pub 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 pub. The best defense against this is to simply hope that people using this macro are not excessively silly. Oh, that's the best defense? So it'll match multiple. That's what it's telling me. You cannot bind a repetition in and of itself to a variable. There's no way to store the contents of that so that it can be substituted. As a result, multiple rules are needed. Yeah, there's no way to like say that. There's no way to match that, right? Yeah, you can match one token tree, but you can't match a repetition. I get that. Okay. You're using the ability to match an arbitrary sequence of tokens inside a group to match either of those two, and then substitute the contents into the output. Is that what it did? Oh yeah, it inserted an extra token tree. Actually, let me see if I understand this. Thank you for the follow. Right. It's these are the outer rules, right? And then they're going into an inner rule. How is that working? As item. Oh, I think I see it. Maybe I don't. Why do they have this as item macro that just takes an item and then just... So this only matches an item. This basically says that this has to be an item. Why do they do that? I don't know. Okay. Zero or more visibility token trees, followed by struct, followed by some identifier, followed by some type, followed by a semicolon is... Oh, I see what this macro is doing. It's declaring the implementation of a type, that type, and then defining a default new. And they're getting the... Oh, right, because they said you can't bind it, so this is a workaround. Right, so they have two rules so that we can... It'll either be empty or it'll be pub. And then they can capture one of those two as a token tree. Because there's one of it, right? Why do they use a star here? I guess I don't understand why there's a star there. What am I working on? I'm working on trying to understand declarative macros in Rust, the Rust language. So declarative macros let you do some interesting things like, let me put this back up so it's easy to explain. So if I wanted to have a vector with 3 things in it, this is sort of clumsy. Let's imagine that you had more than 3, you maybe had 20. You would have this push repeated many times. So macros let you like remove redundancy, and the way it's defined is here on the right, where you say, it kind of looks like a match. You say, this is like a regular expression sort of thing, only with Rust tokens. So as the compiler is compiling this line, it says, okay, 1, 2, and 3 match expression, and that's a repetition with commas between them. So for this invocation of the macro, emit this code, and the repetition is filled in here. So this line repeated, and the internal expression is what's different for every line. So that's how you get that repetition unfolds from the macro. So I'm just learning about how these are created because they could come in handy later. If I have code with a lot of repetition here, and it's much easier to read and understand if we can just represent it more concisely. So another thing I was playing around with was just sort of tongue-in-cheek, I guess, is a macro called cat, where a cat can have their favorite word and their relative age, and we can either make a new one based off of a default favorite word, or we can be explicit. And this is just playing around with that. A macro can have multiple match expressions. So if it's just one expression, that's how we make our cat. If there's 2 of them, then that's how we make it, right? So the syntax is a little weird. It's easier to understand if you've seen match expressions, which in Rust, which are like switches in C, where you take the input. In this case, it's what's inside of the brackets, whether it's this or it's this 1, 2, 3, and then you make it fit into one of these possible patterns. So you can say this will only fit into this pattern. This one only fits into this one. This one fits in to the vector one because it allows a repetition here. Where the syntax gets a little gross is with these dollar signs, I think. You have to learn to recognize that the outer parentheses are just, they're just boilerplate. And so is the arrow, and so are the braces. So the important part is, what is the pattern, and then what's the replacement? It's basically search replace at compile time, right? When you search the input to the macro and you find an expression, replace it with all of that. The expression itself fits in there, right? Here's two expressions with a comma between them. We throw away the comma, we take the two expressions, and we fill them in here, right? So I read about this on Tuesday, and I'm reading about it more to try to get through this. Let me get the top level link to this again. This is called the Little Book of Rust Macros. So how do I copy that as is? This is the wrong one, this one, right? So if you're interested in reading about declarative macros in Rust, that's the link that I'm using. And I'm deep within it. I'm in chapter 4 somewhere. I'm near the end of chapter 4, where they're talking about the different kinds of patterns, where the patterns are these things. These are the patterns in a macro. Matching your input, right? Will the next step be procedural macros? That's what the plan is today. The plan for today was, I got through with an exercise of stuff in C++, CMake, and Visual Studio. Then I'm doing this right now, and then if I have time, yeah, maybe look into procedural macros. Museum told me that they're not as bad as I thought they would be. So it seems to be different people say different things about declarative versus procedural, that one is harder than the other. So I'm at least going to dabble in both, and then I'll be the judge of, for me, if which one's harder. It's search replace with a token tree or not plain text. Yeah, that's early on. That was part of what the book explained, is that you don't just match text, you match tokens. So it first parses this and says that there are 3 tokens here: literal string, comma, literal string, right? Literal string is valid in the context of expression, so this matches because all of the tokens in this abstract syntax tree match this pattern. I'm trying to use the right words here. Please correct me if I'm wrong. So in this abstract syntax tree, we have 5 tokens. We have literal number, comma, literal number, comma, literal number. And it fits this pattern, which allows zero or more things with comma separating them, and the things are, each one has to be an expression, right? This particular syntax, one of the oddities is that since the comma is outside of this, which is the repetition, what that means is it is the separator. So it's outside of the repetition, meaning you could have a trailing one or not. And where did my note go for that? I guess I closed it. Oh no, it's here. A subtle difference, right? If the comma is included in the thing we're repeating, then the thing we're repeating is an element which ends in a comma. But if the comma is outside the parentheses, it means that we have expressions that are repeated with a comma separating each one. So it's like on line 1 here, the comma is like removed from the repetition, and it's just saying, oh, what do we put between the thing that's repeating? Whereas if you put it inside the parentheses, it essentially becomes part of the thing that's repeated. So this means that you have to end, the last one has to end with a comma because everything has to end in a comma. So little like subtle differences in that are what I'm trying to absorb right now, and it's getting into a bunch of other examples of that kind of stuff right now. So if you're lost, then don't feel alone, because I am frequently lost looking at this. That this is pretty complex stuff. They aren't that bad when you get the hang of them. So that's the point of doing these exercises, right? Making my own cat macro and playing with it. And then I've also been taking some of the things they've been giving me and putting it into here, the Rust Playground, which is a really nifty thing you can try out. You can just put any kind of Rust stuff here and hit run, and it will, you don't even need to have your tools installed. It's just running it in your web browser. And it tells me that their example is off by one, which is beside the point. This was saying that this macro matches in a specific way because of this call A matching this call A, and this whole thing fits into that. So basically this skip is everything between the first token and the comma, and then the call A. So all of this is in the skip, the way it matches the pattern. This is the initial token tree here, which has to match either it has to match A colon expression comma B colon expression, which is what they have here. So it's a bunch of nested pattern matches is what these macros tend to be. And then how it matches determines what code is emitted, right? So we're either emitting a function call for A or B. And either way, we're going to stringify the result. And in this case, A is a compute length function and B is a show tail function. Compute length just return the length, and tail printed something. Hey there, Rally Monkey. How are you doing? You understood my explanation? Good. That means that there's some hope for me understanding it too. Proc macros are easier as they don't need you to learn any new syntax, but doing simple tests in them might be much more work than declarative macro. We'll find out. Yep. Anyone have a link to the new declarative macro syntax RC? It looks like functions. Man was playing around with them yesterday. Yeah. If Man's still here, they might have that. We could look it up. How hard would it be to find? Rust new declarative macro syntax RFC. Could probably find it, right? This one? No, that's pull request. Looks like I forget his name. Yeah, John Jangset made a video on declarative macros. Maybe I should look at that later. I'm going to make my own note to look at that later. I should say in front of this crust of Rust video on declarative macros. Look at his, yeah, I looked at his video on lifetimes and it was okay. It wasn't advanced enough for what I needed, but I liked that he interacted with his chat when he went through the explanation. Maybe think I should try to catch one of his streams and be there to ask questions. Is this what we're looking through? That's assembly syntax now. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. You're trying to Google it, no luck either? Eh. I'm sure you'll find it. Just takes dedication and searching skill. Okay, I was down to here where it's trying to tell me that if we want to actually put a visibility token here, either pub or not, that this is the way to do it because up here, that can't be given a name to insert over here. It's saying you cannot bind a repetition in and of itself to a variable. There's no way to bind that to a variable. So this is a trick so that we can bind it here. I was just trying to understand how they did that. In this case, we're using the ability to match an arbitrary sequence of tokens inside a group to match either empty parentheses or parentheses with pub inside, then substitute the contents into the output. Because the parser will not expect a token tree repetition expansion in this position, we need to use abstract syntax tree coercion to get the expansion to parse correctly. I think that's what this as item is doing, because I can see how it's saying it has to be an item. It has to, the only way it'll match is if it's an item. And is that something we're going to get to in a later chapter? Yes, in chapter 5. So we'll wait till we get to chapter 5 to see that. So it's basically saying we can assign a name to this because that is in and of itself is not a repetition. And then that viz can be substituted here. Oh, I see. Because on the outside it has this parentheses, I mean a $, parentheses, and then parentheses star. We have to do the same thing here. Got it. But it's going to be either pub or parentheses, so that's the only way it could match. Okay, I get it. If you're not sure what this is doing, I think what it's doing is when you use type name new and give it the name of a type, it unwraps to being an impl and then that name and then the definition of a new function, which just constructs itself with a given value and either puts pub in front or not, depending on what actually. Oh, I guess it's supposed to be used like new type name new, and then either pub or not, and then struct, and then the name of your structure, and then the declaration of your type. And then it expands to all of that. Yeah, okay, I got it. Let's move on. Provisional. This section is for patterns or techniques which are of dubious value, or which might be too niche for inclusion. Should I just skip this? I think this is like under construction, right? This is saying it's not even a compelling example. Assumes understanding pushdown accumulation. I think I understand that. I mean, this is the token tree munching, right? Or is this pushdown accumulation? I can see what they're doing when... Right, so each of these is going to match one of these arms because you either have a plus or you have a minus or you have a minus there and a... All right, so minus, plus, plus, minus, minus nothing, plus nothing. Okay. I see. It's really hard to... I get the gist of it. It's gonna... Each of these pluses and minuses is going to end up... matching one of these four arms, and at the end it's either going to match nothing at all or it's going to match something at the end. Is it the key that says it ends in a plus? No. I guess I would need to understand how an abacus works. Keep track of a varying counter that starts at or near 0 must support the following operations: increment by 1, decrement by 1, compared to 0. No, I think this is too niche. I agree. Too niche. Let's move on. Building blocks. Reusable snippets of macro code. AST coercion. The Rust parser is not very robust in the face of token tree substitutions. So my understanding of token tree, it's like any kind of tokens. So it's like the... if you don't know more specifically what a token is, then it's just a TT. It's like something. It's a something. Problems can arise when the parser is expecting a particular grammar construct and instead finds a lump of substituted token tree tokens. Rather than attempt to parse them, it will often just give up. In these cases, it's necessary to employ an abstract syntax tree coercion. Right, to basically say, the following must be an expression, the following must be an item, the following must be a pattern. Got it. The use of pushdown accumulation in order to get the parser to treat them as a particular kind of grammar construct. So yeah, it's saying you must parse the following as an expression. I get it. The specific set of macros is determined what macros are allowed to expand to, not what they're able to capture. That is, because macros cannot appear in type position, you cannot have an as ty macro. Oh, I didn't realize that. You can't use a macro when a type is required. Okay, cool. Counting. Counting things in a macro is surprisingly tricky. Simplest is to just replace it with what we saw before, right? So it's going to be 0 plus 1 or more ones, right? Yeah. This is fine for smallish numbers. Will likely crash the compiler with inputs of around 500 tokens or so. Crash the compiler? Interesting. So there's some kind of internal compiler limit. Compiler must process into an abstract syntax tree which will produce as effectively a perfectly unbalanced binary tree 500 levels deep. Yeah. That makes sense. An older approach is to use recursion. The compiler has grievous performance problems with large numbers of integer literals of unknown type must undergo inference. So you're using explicit usize so that it doesn't have to infer the types. I got it. This is not suitable. You can help matters by using as. Okay. It will trivially exceed the recursion limit. Yeah, but we set our recursion limit to over 9,000. Extend the input size by matching multiple tokens. This is actually a trick I've seen before, where if like the word size on your computer is 4 bytes or 8 bytes, you can have a rule that does 4 or 8 bytes at once, and it's more efficient that way. Do I know my TTS? Probably not. Those quizzes will... I'll probably get embarrassed if I try it again. Should I try it anyway? Let's try it anyway. Let's see how I do. I'm probably going to fail, because these quizzes are notoriously difficult. What's the output of this program? Oh, I think I could do this one. It depends on which ones are what's tokens. So that's 1 token and that's 1 token. So that'll be 3. This one would be... Oh, wait. Is it equal or is it arrow? It's either 3 or it is 4. It's either 3 or 4 there. It depends on preference, right? Probably this one is higher. So I'm going to guess it's 4. Oh, hey there, Crumpet. How are you doing? I think I missed your chat from earlier. You said hi about an hour and 20 minutes ago. I'm sorry I missed it. I was probably deep in concentration at the time, right? You understand lifetimes better after reading about variance? I should probably do that then, because I still am weak on lifetimes. I need to read about variance. Yeah, I'm a bit busy. Looking at Rust macros can make one very busy. Okay, this is easy. That's just 2, right? This one is clearly 3. This one is clearly 4. Did they just do that to mess with me on this line? That's what I'm going to guess. Incorrect. So if it's incorrect, then I'm going to guess the preference is the other way. It's 3. No. Okay, so there's another trick in here somewhere. Okay, what's the trick? Oh. Wait. Is it this arm is matching other things in here? So if I'm right about this being tokenized first, then this would also print 1. And then it would be that, right? Okay, but the other way it could be is it could be matching that first. So then it would be 3, 3, and then 1 there, right? Let me think about that. No, it would be 1. 1, 2, 1, 4? Yep. All right. How many tries was that? Was that 4 tries? Not too bad. I got it. I didn't need a hint. So let's see if, before I see if their explanation is what matches mine, my reasoning is that the order of matching tokens here is maybe it's left to right. So at first it's going to say that's an equal then, or equal to. So this is 2 tokens, equal to, and then greater than. This is 3 tokens. That's 2 tokens and 2 tokens. This is also 2 tokens, equal and greater. 3 tokens, 2 tokens, 2 tokens. And so this matches this, so it's a 1. This one matches this one, it's a 2. This one also matches 1 because you can think of there's an invisible space between those two. And then this one matches 4. Did I get it? Adjacent punctuation characters in the input pattern are grouped according to how those characters are used by native Rust tokens. This page list contains a list of the single and multi-character punctuation tokens. I didn't know about that. Oh, there's a left shift assignment? That's pretty neat. Wait a minute, there's left shift assignment in C too. So it's not that neat. It's just I hardly ever use that. Yes. Well, that wasn't in their example anyway. Yeah, that's not native, so that would be equal followed by left shift, right? It's greedy. Okay. So it's greedy left to right. Okay, got it. Yes, yes. Okay, cool. I did understand it correctly. Procedural macros use a more flexible and powerful macro API and can always distinguish between different spacings of single characters. Ooh, can't wait. All right. Maybe one of these days I'll be able to get it done the first try. Okay, yeah, this is multi-token stuff. Okay, slice length. Third approach is to help the compiler construct a shallow abstract syntax tree that won't lead to a stack overflow. This can be done by constructing an array literal and calling the length method. Okay, so given a token tree sequence, yield a... That's a turbo fish applied to an array of empty things, right? Length of slice of array where this needs to be an expression. The expression is the initial the token tree itself. Oh, but that's repeated. Hold on. This whole thing is repeated. Okay, so it's multiple invocations of replace expression. One for each token tree. And it's just an... Okay, so it's however many token trees, they get turned into units, which are then put into a array. And because it's a unit is 0 size, the array will also be 0 size. So it's really just counting in the length field of a slice or of an array. And then slicing is just copying the length. And then calling the length function just returns the length. Okay, I get it. Hey there, Clayman. But right when it's already invisible, yeah, there was an invisible space in there. It had to do with how the tokens were greedily parsed. Okay, this has been tested to work up to 10,000 tokens, could probably go much higher. The downside is that it cannot be used to produce a constant expression, probably because of the fact that it's going through an array. Yeah, it's doing it some stuff at runtime, right? Yeah, load from memory. Yeah, it's loading the length from the part of the slice that holds the length, right? Yeah, enum counting. This approach can be used where you need to count a set of mutually distinct identifiers. Okay, it can be used as a constant. So count identifiers. So we have repetition of identifiers, and then 0 or more commas at the end. I forget what that does. Oh, this says we don't want the comma to be in the repetition, but we want to allow an optional comma at the end. Yeah. This last one is super hacky. Let me see if I understand it. Allow dead code no camel case names. Is that because of the double underscore? So make an enumerator where we repeat the identifiers. Count idents last. What? Oh, I see what it's doing. It's making a hidden enum type where we just have the identifiers as variants of the enum, and then we have a marker at the very end, and then we just convert that marker to an integer. We were leveraging the fact that it's going to assign arbitrarily 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way down to that. And that's the only number we cared about, so we get that back out as an integer. Okay, I get it. Is that hacky? That's not that hacky. I guess it is sort of hacky because it had to declare an enumerated type, and it's just leveraging the compiler's inclination to assign numbers to these and then grabbing it back out. Should be a criminal offense? Okay. This approach is not hygienic, meaning that if whatever identifier place you use in place of is provided as an input, the macro failed due to duplicate variance in the enum. Yeah, so if that's why they use double underscore, because you can't use that in the identifier list, otherwise this will be declared twice. Okay, yeah, I agree, it's hacky. Enum parsing. Oh, close am I to the end? This is the last one, okay. Parse unitary variance. Let me read the text for this first. This macro shows how you can use an incremental token tree muncher and push down accumulation to parse the variance of an enum where all variants are unitary. They have no payload. Okay. Upon completion, parse unitary variance invokes a callback macro with the list of variants plus any other arbitrary arguments specified. This can be modified to also parse struct fields, compute tag values for the variants, or even extract the names of all variants. Okay, let's see what it does. The entry rule is it has to be an enum, some name, and then a bunch of tokens. And then, actually, what with the two arrows, does that mean that this whole thing is the match? Or the pattern? I'd love to see them actually use it. Yeah, because these parentheses match there. So this is the whole pattern. Interesting. Okay. So it re-enters with that branch with this structure. I have to get used to this. This is going to be 0 or more token trees, and this is how you replace it. Right? This exactly. You have to say body, because body is inside the repetition. You have to say body repeated. And then a comma after it. Okay. Yields a unit. Yields a unit. Okay, so that's the var names. Okay, so we're accumulating into var names then. So we could go into many of one of many of these arms. This is sort of too dense for me to like hold all in my brain at once though. I think I know enough where I can kind of read it, but it's hard to put it all together. The difference between these two are what? That's an as item, that's an as expression, because what's the difference here? I don't see any difference. What's the difference? Oh, there's a difference here. They use parentheses here and they use curly braces there. Interesting. Okay. So if you use parentheses here, it becomes an expression. Curly braces, it's an item. I need to look up what item is. String from hello world. You see, well, this is the deep end of Rust. Worship the sofa. This is if you want to know how to make macros, which is doing some of the Rust compiler stuff by hand, basically, or extending. I guess you can call it extending the compiler to expand new syntax into existing syntax. So, in other words, do stuff like this. Turn that, which isn't this isn't natively in the syntax, but this is, right? Each of these lines is native Rust syntax. So that's the magic, is that we're extending the compiler so it looks like this is valid syntax when really this is just invoking some meta programming. It's invoking a program here, sort of, which is generating the input to the compiler, which is effectively that. Other window. I think I'm gonna go crazy if I look at that too much. Let's just accept that it works. Annotated examples. Real world. Ook. That's okay. We don't need to look at this. Actually, you know what I'd like to look into is JSON. Do they have that here, or we're gonna have to go look at it for it ourselves? Ook, ook. Is this whole thing about ook, and that's the only example? Oh, yeah. So that was it. It doesn't lead anywhere. This is the end of the book. That's okay. We don't have to look at that. I'm going to look at JSON, though, because that was interesting to me. So where do I have that kept? In the other project? Or do I have it here? Do I have JSON? No. Okay, so that was in the other project. Let's open new window, make it bigger, go to here. Yeah, I was just gonna control click it to get to the definition of it. JSON. Here we go. Control click it. No, control click's not gonna work. I was hoping control click would just work. Not today. Maybe I just need to wait for Rust Analyzer to analyze it. There we go, we got there. Got there while I was hydrating. Yes, Berdeldo, I think someone posted yesterday, I think it was Man, the upcoming syntax for declarative macros looks more like a function call, which looked kind of nice. Yeah, it's infinitely better than the preprocessor. It's actually aware of the token rules, so yeah, it's miles ahead of the preprocessor. All right, am I in the right place there? I think I am. Interesting that it takes it a while to get there. All right, anyway, we're here. Here's how JSON macro is declared. Hide distracting implementation details from the Rust doc. That's interesting. So it's basically taking a bunch of token trees and so this is just forwarding to another macro. So here is the macro. So it is a token tree muncher for parsing the inside of a bunch of different things. So here's array, here's object. Yeah, it's kind of like what I expected. Okay, and there's the main implementation. Got it. This is actually not too bad. If you gave it a null, you get a null. If you gave it true, you get bool true. False, bool false. Empty array. It's just, what is this? I can't control click that guy. Can I just search for that? Yeah, here we go. No. Oh, I need to search without the exclamation point. Here we go. Okay, so it just invokes the vec macro on the internal content. Cool. Cannot invoke vec directly because it uses local inner macros. A vec invocation there would resolve to create vec. Instead, invoke vec here outside of local inner macro. What is this local inner macros thing? Is that a scope of some kind? Ah, I haven't seen this before. Macro export. What is that? This might be something new that the book didn't talk about. I'm going to guess that, like it said, we can't use external macros from here. So that's why if we wanted to use vec, which is external, we'd have to forward it to something which is outside of macro export. Sort of like pub. Yeah, so we don't want to export our own version or require our own version of vec. Okay, I get it. All right, going down. So this, they have a rule for an empty one, and they have a different rule for this y. Oh, that's interesting. So plus, up until now we've seen star. So plus is 1 or more, right? For regular expressions, I'm assuming it's the same thing for macros. Then why not have a star and have one rule here? Probably because this is more efficient, I'm guessing. I'm going to guess that that's why this is more efficient if you have 0 arguments. Have you seen rocket macros? Nope. I have not seen rocket macros. Okay. Yeah, so this is just saying if it looks like that, we're going to go into, we're re-entering. Oh, no, this is how we nest, right? Sort of. All right, this rule gives us the outer crust of it, and then we have to go into one of these array ones. Okay, so what are the variants for array? I don't see the... Oh, right. With trailing comma, without trailing comma. Right. Got it. Interesting way to do it. Okay, and this is if the next element is null. Oh, interesting. So they have to have every possible next variant here, right? Huh. Huh. Interesting. So they're doing it one element at a time, it looks like. I don't know if I'd be able to do this without studying it deeper, though. Kind of feel like I've only scratched the surface of this and understanding it. Like, I don't know why they have 3 parentheses there. 3 units. Oh, I see. We require 2 copies of the input token so that we can match on one copy and trigger errors on the other copy, right? Because, yeah, that's something we learned early on, that once it's expanded, we can't reevaluate it. Okay. Right. So they built the array in line with vec. Right? Yeah. But with object they have to call insert. So each element in the object ends up being an insert, where we clone the key and we take the value. Okay, I got it. And then they have a rule for handling errors. Okay. You know this what this reminds me of? This reminds me of like Bison, GNU Bison, where you're basically declaring a grammar. It's a declarative grammar, and saying what code to generate whenever you match a rule, a grammar rule. That's pretty sweet, though. That it's sort of Rust has it built in declarative macros. That's how they have. You can define your own grammar. Okay, neat. Shall we move on to procedural macros? Maybe after a break. Let me find out where I would start. You guys gave me some links Tuesday for this, right? Procedural workshop. Maybe this is what we would start with. Yeah, I think we'll start with this. Okay, yeah, let me take a break and then get into this. Hey there, Backcraft. I've been okay. I've been doing a bit of keeping momentum going on my game. I'm in the midst of that big database migration thing, which is a really long and kind of tedious effort, and kind of mixing it up with learning a new programming language. You might have been here when I was learning Rust, so today I'm learning more about like some of the more difficult parts of Rust. Procedural macros are supposedly really difficult to learn, so I thought I would at least dabble in it to get some experience. So before this, we did declarative macros, which look not so bad. So this is how you would declare and allocate memory for a vector of numbers. So this is not actual like baseline Rust. It's actually invoking a macro, which is like a program the compiler runs while it's compiling to generate more code to compile. So this like is sort of expanded to be this, and this is base Rust syntax, so it just works. This is saying let x be the result of creating a new vector, putting it here, pushing 3 numbers into the vector, and then return the vector, and that becomes x, right? And the macro declaration, the declarative macros syntax allows us to say, how does this expand into that? And what it's basically saying is, it kind of looks like a regular expression search replace kind of thing, where it says, search this input, match it against this pattern, and then produce this as the output, right? So you can see this sort of matches this, only this is different from here because this is syntax saying we're going to be replacing a repetition, and that repetition comes from the input here. This x needs to match an expression, so 1, 2, and 3 have to be expressions. I could put like 2 plus 4 here, still an expression, so it'll work, right? It will take that expression x and fill it in place of this instance of $x to yield this line. So that's why we get, for the 1, we get push 1, 2, we get push 2. So, you know, it's not too hard to understand. And just to also play around, I also did my own little cat macro. So cat I defined as a macro with 2 possible patterns. If you have the 2 expression pattern, it makes a cat where you fill in your own favorite word and relative age. But if you do it with the 1 expression pattern, it fills in a default meow for the favorite word and only takes the 1 expression and makes that the age. So again, not too hard to understand. That's the tip of the iceberg, though. I spent the last stream and then a lot of this stream getting into the more like esoteric, you know, arcane parts of it. My takeaway is that this is probably one of the most readily like useful ways to use macros, where you have a lot of repetition here and you want to just like collapse it. So you can see that this is the same as this, but without the boilerplate. We didn't need to name it temp vec. We didn't need to have vec new. It's always the same, right? The only thing that's different is the 1, the 2, and the 3, and the number of times we had to call push. So the macro language allows us to put the boilerplate in one place and kind of hide it away inside the macro definition, and then allow us to take what's different and kind of plug it in where it needs to go. So essentially like how a C macro would work too. You're taking the thing that's the same every time that you don't care about, the redundant stuff like the fact that we have to do this and that we have to call push a bunch of times, and hiding it away inside of the definition of the macro. And then the only thing you care about is what's different every time, and those are your inputs. And then you get down to a nice single line of code that's easy to understand. X is a vector with 1, 2, and 3 in it. Done. Gonna look into how to use channel points with your bot. Okay. The thing to look at for channel points is that if you make the redeem require a message, then whenever someone redeems the points and includes a message, that comes across the IRC protocol for the chat room with a special tag to mark that it's a channel point redemption. So you're going to want to create a redemption, make it require a message from the user, and then test it out in your chat and look at the raw IRC and then grab the unique code that matches that reward, and then program your bot through a config or whatever to say whenever it sees that unique tag, recognize that it's a redemption. I suppose you could use pub/sub too. I only dabble into pub/sub a little bit, but yeah, if you're going to use the IRC, if you already have code that for your bot that does the chat, then the easiest is to just make the channel point redemption require a message and then grab that special code. Anyway, I'm going to take a break and then get into this procedural macros stuff in a bit. So let me take a 3-minute break and I'll be right back. Hey, man, you had the Rust analyzer got screwed up. It won't be the first time, and probably not the last. Rust analyzer, not perfect. But that sounds kind of stressful to generate 11,000 lines of code on it. Okay, I'm going to change what I'm working on right now. Current task is no longer finishing up reading. So right now is, what we're going to say, taking a look at procedural macros in the Rust language. All right. So I am reading this from this link. Rust code that generates Rust code. Each of these projects is drawn closely from a compelling real use case. That's nice. Out of 5 projects here, 3 are macros that they've personally implemented. An industrial code basis for work, and the other 2 exist as libraries on crates.io by other authors. Okay. Assume working understanding of structs, enums, traits, trait impulse, generic parameters, trait bounds. That's fine. I think I know enough about that. Here's an introduction to each project. At the bottom, you give recommendations, short order to tackle them based on my interest. Note that each of these projects goes into depth, more depth than what's described in the introduction here. Rust Analyzer doesn't work well with procedural macros. It even says WASM functions are unsafe. And WebAssembly functions should be safe, right? Because WebAssembly runs in a sandbox environment. So I'm surprised that that would be called unsafe. Okay, derive macro, derive builder. This macro generates the boilerplate code involved in implementing the builder pattern in Rust. Builders are a mechanism for instantiating structs with many fields, especially if they're optional. Set fields that may need to grow backward compatibly over time. I never heard that turn of phrase. Need to grow backward compatibly. Would it be more clear to say may need to grow with backward compatibility preserved? I don't know. I guess this is more terse. There are a few different possibilities for expressing builders in Rust. Unless you have a strong pre-existing preference to keep things simple, the project would recommend following example in the standard libraries. Process command builder. I've seen that. Right, and we can chain them. Yes. Callers will invoke the macro as follows: derive builder for the structure, and then there are other things in here to give it hints. Okay. And then we would use it like this. We would get a builder method out. Right, and it's turning the fields into methods. And then with this each, right, that is pushing it into array. Build is for producing the command, and panic if you couldn't do it. Got it. Project covers traversing syntax trees, constructing output source code, processing helper attributes to customize the generated code. Okay. Is it just giving me an intro for each one here? And I have to delve into each one specifically? How is this structured? I think I have to go into this directory to see more, right? Oh, okay, so this isn't really going to walk me through it. It's mostly just giving me examples. Okay. Okay. Each project has a test suite already written as tests, but feel free to add more tests. Run the test. Initially, each project starts all the tests disabled. Oh, so they're not giving us code. They're giving us tests. Interesting. So I suppose I'm supposed to clone this, right? Sure. Let's do it. basically him going through over the exercises. And that's the one I already got, right? Or no, I got the one for declarative macros. So I just need to search his YouTube for procedural macros. Okay. So I still have that link, right? Procedural macros workshop. Okay. John made YouTube videos. Well, hold on. I can just do this. There we go. And I don't need this to be so wide. Make that shorter. There we go. All right. Okay, I was gonna clone it, right? So git clone. What was the button to get the okay, I'll just do the HTTP. Yeah, you might assume that I'm already familiar with it, so I might need just to I can use this to try to figure it out. Oh, thank you, Silmeth. I haven't been giving out enough points today. There's a point for you for giving me those part 1 and 2. Thank you. I appreciate it. Maybe I'll give you 2 points because you gave me 2 links. All right, so I don't know. Let's take a look at it. Let's. I can use this actually. Open folder. Go to proc macro workshop. All right, the README is what we've already been reading, and this should, yeah, it's going to Mac cargo check everything for us. So, assuming I need to find something else first, what would I look at? I guess I will start where I've started before and do a rust up doc, and see if what they cover in the, if anything in the book. Hold on. He didn't know the tool and he recorded them. He struggles a bit too. See an experienced Rust programmer learning new stuff. That sounds interesting, actually. All right. Let's see if the Rust book mentions procedural macros at all. I don't remember if it did or not. Okay. Procedural macros generate code from attributes. Second form is procedural macros that act more like functions. Accept some code as an input, operate on that code, and produce some code as an output, rather than matching its patterns. Okay, I see. Yeah, I think Man or Museum mentioned that it's operating on a token stream. Right? The thing you don't like about procedural macros is they have to be a different crate? Really? Huh. 3 kinds of procedural macros: custom derive, attribute-like, and function-like all work in a similar fashion. When creating them, definitions must reside in their own crate with a special crate type. That's what you just said, right? This is for complex technical reasons that we hope to eliminate in the future, so maybe at some point it won't be a problem. So I'm guessing that this workshop declared it in a special way. What's the special crate type? I guess we're looking at workshop. No, wait. That is the crate. Then what do they mean by special crate type? You need this crate for parsing and producing token streams instead of parsing Rust by hand. Okay. I'll just hold on to that link for now. Using procedural macros looks like the code in this listing where that is a placeholder for using a specific macro. Okay, got it. Wait. That's using one. The function that defines a procedural macro takes a token stream as input and produces a token stream as output. That's defining, or is it using? Or is it both? I'm confused by why they say using a specific macro. It's a placeholder for using a specific macro, but then they say the function that defines a procedural. Then this is telling me that this is defining a procedural macro, but then this says it's using a specific macro. Why would they say using? Are they just trying to tell me that this is a placeholder for the actual name of the macro, and this is defining the macro? Yeah, I guess I'm having trouble with the phrasing. Sort of a weird combined example? Yeah, it could be. Let me just move on. Let's look at, hold on. Docs to the syn crate also show you a simple setup for macro project. You'll need quote 2. Okay. There's one for man. And one for Silmet. I bet this pulled it in already, right? Oh, probably these do. Right? These are other crates. So if I look here... Ah. That's the special, right? And we're supposed to pull in our dependencies because this is incomplete, right? Yeah, unimplemented. Okay. Got it. Yeah, we're supposed to fill in the code to make the tests pass. So it's learning by doing, and they've given us a framework. That's really nice. All right, so that's the secret. They'll probably get to that here eventually, right? They didn't. Why didn't they? They just said special crate type, but they didn't actually say what it needed to be. Okay, for a derive macro, here, with one associated function named hello macro. Rather than making our crate, users implement the trait for each type. We'll provide a procedure macro. Users can annotate with their type. With that, to get the default implementation. Sounds good to me. Default implementation will print hello macro. My name is type name, where, oh, if they call hello macro. Okay, I get it. I get it. The first step is to do that. And then we'll define the trait and its associated function. And then at that point, they could implement it if they wanted, right? However, they would need to write it exactly. That's why we wanted to make a macro. Right, so the next step is to define the macro. They need to be in their own crate. Eventually, it might be lifted. Convention for structuring crates and macros is as follows. For a crate named foo, custom derived procedural macro crate is called foo_derive. They did that out here, right? Actually, it's derive underscore. Did this change then? They're putting derive in the front instead of at the back. Hey there, warp slash. Hello, how are you doing? I also never said hello to Turn Forever or man's other account. And some other people too, who I haven't said hi to in a while, who haven't talked in a while. Sprudel Del. Worship the sofa. Hello. Sarah Yen. Hello. I probably missed a few people. I stopped saying hi to new people a little bit ago. It's a Merab. Hello. Silenzy. At 11:30? Wow, it's an hour ago. I'm sorry. That's as far as I'll go back. Sorry if I didn't say hi to you. Okay, so it's just a convention. Oh, they're right. They said somehow for some reason I read this as the requirement. So there's a convention is to do that. So this is not even following the convention strictly. They're still putting derive in there, but yeah, okay, I get it. Two crates are tightly related, so we create the procedural macro crate within a directory of our hello macro crate. Okay, so I get it. Every macro has to be in its own crate then, right? For other reasons. Thank you for the follows, by the way. The two crates will need to be published separately, and the programmers using these crates will need to add both as dependencies to bring them into scope. We could have instead had the hello macro crate use that as dependency and re-export it. However, the way we're structured the project makes it possible for programmers to use it even if they don't want the derive functionality. Okay, whatever. This one, they had one top level crate and they have two inner crate, or three inner crates. One for each of the three kinds of macros, I'm sure, right? All right, okay, so there's the magic sauce, and the sin and quote are in both. Actually, no. This one didn't have it because we're supposed to fill that in, right? We're supposed to put depths here, the same as here. Sin equals, I'm assuming it's going to be 1.0, and quote is 1.0. That's what you guys were saying before, right? 1.0.7, we'll just say 1.0. All right. I should run cargo check on this thing. Cargo, how about cargo clippy, actually? Got sin, we got quote. All right, and then was it cargo test? Wait, what? It didn't run anything. Go back to here. How am I supposed to, what's the workflow again? Oh, inside any of the top level directories. Interesting. Okay, so let's go to builder, cargo test. Okay. Zero tests, one test passed. Wait, oh, because they're commented out, right? Yeah, we're supposed to uncomment them at some point, right? Wait, should not read ahead. All tests disabled. Open up the project's progress file. Enable the test one at a time. Okay. Progress file. Ah, here they are. So the one test was this. This is the test, right? Okay. So when I enable that, it's going to fail then. Makes sense. Failed. Right. Because it's not implemented. Correct. Okay. Good. I like this. So then going back to here. Right. Won't compile until we add a deficit. This is, so that's where I am in the workshop too. So then we have to proc macro derive. That's special, right? So let me follow along and try to do the same thing. So lib, okay, they've already written that part for me. Proc macro derive. And then the name of our macro. And then Why is the name different? What's the significance of that outer name? I guess there's no significance to it. Okay, just for convenience, they split into two functions. The code in the outer function will be the same for almost every procedural macro you will see or create. So parse the input as an abstract syntax tree and then build it. Okay, so then, yeah, basically leverage syn parse and call the inner. All right, got it. Doesn't matter in derive. Yeah, that's what I figured. All right. Proc macro create comes with Rust, so we don't need to add that. Proc macro create is the compiler's API that allows us to read and manipulate Rust code from our code. The syn create parses Rust code from a string into a data structure that we can perform operations on. The quote create turns syn data structures back into Rust code. Okay, so inside of here, they're probably calling quote. Because I don't see quote. I see the use for it, but I don't actually see them use it. I see the parse there. They'll probably get to it later. These crates make it much simpler to parse any sort of Rust code we might want to handle. Writing a full parser in Rust is no simple task. Yeah, why do it if someone's already done it? Okay, it'll be called when they specify that on a type. It's possible because we've annotated the function here with that derived with a special name that matches our trait name. It's a convention, yeah, that makes sense. First converts the input from a token stream into data structure. Okay, so this is where the syn comes into play. The parse takes a token stream, returns derive input, representing the parsed Rust code. And this shows relevant parts of it. Okay. Interesting. That's based off of what we had on the outer example here, right? Where was it? Struct pancakes shows, okay, pancakes. Oh. So this input, this derive input structure is, there's no one definition of it then. Huh. Returns, so this derive input structure is special then in some way. Or is it? I should just look at this. So we're going to do exactly what they did here. We're going to get let AST equal syn syn. How do they get it in here? Just syn. Do I have to say use syn? I shouldn't have to do that, right? Hold on. I already pulled it in. Is it? Do I need to reload? Oh, I just have it. Yeah. Input. Unwrap. There. So what is AST? Unknown. Because parse is generic. It's a parse. What is that? It's a trait. Oh, wait. Oh, that's interesting. Did I miss a step here? No, I didn't. So parse gives us a result where if it's successful, it gives us a parse, which is itself it's going to be an object that implements the parse trait, which has a parse function in it. Rust isn't strictly object-oriented, but there are ways you can map it. The book talks about that. So let me open this in another tab so I don't lose my place. They have a section in the Rust book. Let me get a link to it if you're interested to read about it, where they talk about object-oriented features in Rust. So a lot of people will say no. I tend to think that if you relax your requirements for what you mean by object-oriented programming, you can make it fit, because they talk about the closest thing you can get to object-oriented programming in Rust generally is trait objects, and they talk about that at some point here. They take a while to get to it, don't they? Yeah, using trait objects that allow for values of different types to do, polymorphism. Trait for common behavior, so that, yeah. So you can, like, use trait objects and generics to model things similarly to how you would do object-oriented programming in other languages, but it's imprecise. Rust sort of favors more functional programming and generics than it does object-oriented programming. Oh, I gave you a link that that's not going to work for you. Shoot. I need to get the... I can't delete my own message, can I? Okay, ignore my last message. Let me find the Rust book. And then in here, I'll find that chapter. 17. There we go. Yeah, inheritance you can't really do, like all of the things that you can do in other languages like C++. But one can argue that they're not, that the whole paradigm is maybe not the best way to go about things, especially in a language which is more functional programming oriented. Yeah, it's not designed to be object oriented, right? It's designed to be more functional and generic. You'll see a lot of generics and a lot of functions in Rust, and not so much objects or inheritance or polymorphism. Yeah. .rs for the extension. Oh, you mean the extension is VS Code? I am using Rust Analyzer. I played around with using the Rust one, but so this one you could also use, and it has a lot more downloads. But from what I understand, or from not from what I understand, from my experience, this was more pleasant to use once I figured out a few things. So, in my settings, I set up a few things. I turned off the inlay hints, and I made it run Clippy whenever I save, and that was more comfortable for me. So it depends on your personal preference. You might like Rust Analyzer, you might like Rust. Rust can use Rust Analyzer or its own language server. There's some, it's in flux. These extensions to VS Code are changing all the time, so should I get you a link to this one then? How do I get a link from here? Just click it and then... click here? I forget how we do this. Anyway, just look for Rust and Rust Analyzer. That'll get you set up. Hey there, Dr. Padawan. How are you today? And by the way, hello, Legendarier. And Void Rose. I forgot to say hi to you. We're talking about object-oriented stuff in Rust. You know where to look for it? Okay, yeah, Rust Analyzer is what I've been using. Okay. All right, I was trying to understand this derive input. It says syn parse takes a token stream and returns a derive input, but I was looking at parsing. Parsing was returning. Oh, that's a trait. I need to look into what this actually returns. Parse to. It returns a self output. Okay, and the output is what? What is the type? It depends on the parser. How does it know the associated type? Does it know the associated output type? Does it depend on... It can infer what it turns into? Oh. So it's this that it's being inferred, right? Okay, then I won't sweat it. So anyway, what do they end up doing with it? They pass it to their own implementation. We haven't seen what that does yet. Okay. Then just continue going. Soon we'll define it, yes. We just have to know that the output is a token stream. It's added to the code that our crate users write. So when they compile their crate, they'll get extra functionality that we provided in the modified token stream. Okay. We're calling unwrap because to panic if the parse fails. It's necessary for our procedural macro to panic on errors because procedural macro define functions must return a token stream rather than a result. Okay, so it must succeed. So if we can't succeed, we need to panic. All right, in production code, you should provide more specific error messages about what wrong using panic or expect. Okay. Rather than doing unwrap. I get it. Okay, now, what was it? There was the joke that I saw. It was okay or help me. Help me, please. Was that it? I forget. There was a joke about that. Is it not okay or? No method. Am I wrong? I could have sworn it was okay or. I need Rust. I need, what do I need? Cargo doc opens what I want. Might as well have this open anyway. Boop-a-doo. Okay, or... Oh, it's not going to be in here, and I need to do rust up doc again. Rust up doc! I need to follow the link to the standard library. Okay, or... Oh, that's for options. What was it for? Is it error or? Result. Just look it up. Unwrap or. That was it. Thank you. I was going to fight it myself, but... Unwrap or... Oh no, it wasn't unwrap or... I forget what the joke was. It was... I guess it's it would be in this list, right? Is it unwrap or else? That takes a of closure. Is it unwrap error? No. Maybe it was or else. Or. I can't remember. Anyway, forget it. If I can't tell the joke, I should just move on. Back to here. Okay, here's where they use quote. And they use a macro from quote. And then they produce a token stream from the generator. Okay, so we're going to want the same thing. I'm not going to split it off. I'm just going to do it here. So I'm going to say, do we want to pull off the identifier? Sure, why not? Right, ast.ident. Let generator equals quote, and then what are we doing inside here? This is the code to generate, right? So we could have it just be empty for a bit. Gen into, and that will compile almost. No, what's this? Type annotation is needed. It doesn't know what the name is, so I could say it's a string, right? Or what type would it be? Why does it have a hash code in front of it? Maybe I'm going too fast. Slow down. We get an ident structure containing, oh, it contains the name. Okay, so it's an ident. An ident probably comes from sin, right? Huh. Yeah, well, do I need to actually say that? I probably do, right? It's too generic. It needs me to be specific. Hey, it is a sin derive input reference, right? Or no, it just is one. It is not. It, hold on. What did I get wrong here? Expected struct found reference. Because, why? Oh, because of that needing to be a reference. And this is, oh, in order to do that, do I need to use quote? Or no, that is from another, hold on, what is it telling me? It's probably going to tell me it doesn't know what it is, yeah. So I need to, say quote, right? All right, and not doing anything with the name. So I could just, we'll do that for now. All right, so that should replace it with a blank, right? Cargo test. Right, so it parsed it. It just, so it passes the parse test. But this is going to fail now, right? It'll parse, but it's not going to generate the builder function. Quote, yep. Pound name is using the value of the local variable name. Is that how it works? Because I don't remember seeing that before. Where am I? I'm lost. I'm down here. I don't remember seeing that before. Oh, is that literal syntax or something? The internet got laggy. I'm sorry, Dr. Padawan. Quote as a macro lets you temp... Oh, is this just a token that quote understands? It's part of the quote macro. Okay, got it. So I won't read too much into it. They probably explain it down here, right? Yeah. Okay. This is one thing that I tend to do is I'll read a little bit and think, oh, now I can do more. So then I'll try to do more and then I'll be like, oh, there's part that I don't understand that they did yet. I need to keep reading first. Oh, is it a procedural macro thing? Well, let me just read and it'll probably tell me what it is. We get an ident structure instance containing the name of the annotated type. And I could probably look at this and see what else we have, right? Okay, so we have the identifier. We have the data within it. We have the visibility. And that's kind of cool. Generics required to complete the definition. All right, cool. And they use just the name then. They don't use anything else. Okay. Hold on, I'm having trouble focusing. We get an ident structure containing the name, the annotated type. The struct in the listing shows that when we run the macro function on the code, the ident we get will have the ident field with the name pancakes. Yes. Thus the name will contain an ident. Why does it say the name variable will contain an ident? It is. what it refers to. It's a reference to an ident structure. Right, so I could actually debug and get all the information out if we wanted to, right? Let's just define the Rust code we want to return. The compiler expects something different to the direct result of the quote macro's execution, so we need to convert it to a token stream. That's what the into is. Yes. It also provides some cool templating mechanics, so we can enter name and quote replace it with the value of the variable name. You can even do some repetition similar to the way regular macros work. Okay. I can check out their doc for more introduction. We want our procedural macro to generate an implementation for our hello macro trait for the type the user annotated, which we will get by using the name. We'll have one function which has that body. Stringify is built into Rust. We know that. It takes an expression and turns it into a string. There's a possibility name input might be an expression to print literally, so we use stringify. It also saves allocation by converting name to a string literal at compile time. Okay. Okay. Got it. So if I want to read more about it, I would probably need to look into the quote crates docs. But maybe, do I know enough to figure this out? This is going to be the code that it expands to. So we need to know what is required for builder. So I can just look at the trait, right? What was this? So to create builder, have the macro produce a struct for the builder state and a builder function that creates an empty instance of the builder. Try generating the following code to make sure the type name matches what's in the caller's input. So impl caller pub function. Okay, so just an empty builder function. Okay, so then let's see if I can do it. It will be struct name, right? I got it so far? No, impl. Pub? Yeah, pub function builder. It didn't like that. Oh, because I didn't name it correctly. There we go. Nope, failed. Hold on, what? Found... Oh, that's wrong. No, that's... Isn't that right? I don't know, let me look back at this. Oh, I forgot the trait. Implement builder for name. No? Okay. I need to back up then. The function needs parentheses? Let me compare with what they have. Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you. And what did everyone else say? Instead of manually creating the output AST, you can just write Rust-like syntax and make quote take care of creating proper structure. I see. And then I can debug the AST if I want. Okay, cool. Yeah, perhaps when something is actually in there. Yeah. So yeah, thank you, Turn Forever. That's probably what the bug was, right? No, no. Pub is not permitted here because it's implied. This? Builder's not a trait. Did I not define the trait? Oh, where would we define the trait? Is that something I should have done here? Nope. Maybe this is something. Oh, okay, there was no builder trait. I'm just confused. It's just impl that. Okay. Yeah, there we go. I pass. I got confused because this is talking about implementing a trait, but this workshop, it's not a trait at all. They are just testing that they can, that this adds a builder method to command, right? So there's no trait involved at all. Yeah, I didn't need a builder for. I was just confused. Okay, so I passed test 2. Let's do 3. So need to be able to call setters. All right, let's figure it out. And I think I am going to do the AST in there because we're probably going to have to walk the AST to find what setters we need to create, right? Add a custom info block, not a trait. Yep. Okay, so this is failing because it's going to call these things, right? Okay. So we only need to have setters. Okay. I think I am going to do the DBG here to see what that is. Why am I getting a warnings error? Oh, does DBG print to the standard error stream? Okay. Interesting. So we just get a span of bytes. I need to figure out how to walk that. All right, maybe this will talk about it. Actually, it didn't, right? It ended down here. And it went off to a different kind of procedural macro. So they suggested I look at what? It was earlier, right? Have the macro also generate that and the builder function to do that. The quote crate for putting together output from a macro. Okay. They said explore something, right? Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, you're right. I'm only looking at a sub part. Yep. I need to debug the whole thing, not ident. Yep, that's why I only saw the span for one thing. That doesn't build? You can't do that? Okay, then I'm going to not put the debug there. I'm going to put it outside. Chafalton! 3 months for Twitch Prime? Thank you very much for your support. I hope you're enjoying the stream. I'm going to want to debug here. Can't do that? Because it doesn't support debug. Uh-oh. We can't debug an AST because it doesn't support the debug trait. Bummer. Well. That's a bit unfortunate, isn't it? What can I do with it then? So ident supports it. Extra traits. Oh, it's actually a feature? Is that what, okay. I should be able to see that here somewhere, right? Oh, type it is available as soon as built with the derived feature. Okay, extra traits should be in here somewhere, right? Maybe I should be reading the docs. Let's start with the docs. Yes, sin. It is a library for parsing a stream of Rust tokens. Currently, this library is geared towards procedural macros. Okay. I'm waiting till I see the feature. Huh. Want me to use cargo expand. Oh, here we go. Optional features. Debug for all syntax trees. Yeah, you're right. So it's extra traits. Let's see if I remember how to do this. I gotta go to this, and I have to say the expanded syntax, which is version, and I'm totally not cheating by looking at that. Features, it's a list of strings, right? So it's extra, you guys said it was extra traits. I tried not to cheat by looking at that, but it was really hard. All right, back to lib we go, and then, actually I just run it again, right? We're fighting cargo check in Rust Analyzer right now. There it goes. Have I tried the even better TOML extension? No. TOML is so simple. I haven't really. I'm fine with it even like uncolored. Okay, we got a bunch of extra junk out of here now. Cool. We're gonna learn about what's in our abstract syntax tree. Okay, so it's in data. We're looking for executable args and env and all that stuff. Okay, there it is. There's executable. There's args. Okay, so we need to look for field inside of name, field names, fields, data. So it's... Oh, hold on, what? Why do they have struct and then data struct? I don't get that. Let me pull this into a format I can actually see it in. Just grab this whole thing. Can you scroll, please? Oh, you're killing me. Scroll faster. Okay, forget it. We're gonna go to out. And then I have to do 2 to 1 also. Alright, and now we have it all in a file called out. Right here. And then I can look at it. And it's colorized. That's okay. I can remove the colorization with this trick. Alt. There we go. And then delete all that junk. And then now I can look at this, right? And I don't need anything from here down. So that is all of those keys, right? Hold on. Wrong keys. Delete. Okay. Can I collapse in here? Is it smart enough? No, but what if I do this? How about if I tell it it's JSON? It's not JSON. It's not gonna work, is it? Plain text. Is it a variant? Tell it it's a Rust file? I guess we can try. Yeah. Okay, that worked well enough. So you're probably right. This is probably an enum called struct. I didn't know you could do that. And then this is one of its variants. All right. It's a Ron. What's a Ron? I don't have a pretty formatter for that. Okay, but let's see what I can do with this. So how would I I need to know more about how to use the quote macro, right? Because I'm going to need a repetition. I'm going to need to iterate through the fields here, right? Or the fields named, the named. Ultimately, what are we iterating through? We're iterating through this named, right? Yeah, we're iterating through this named array. And each one will pull out at least the identifier in order to produce what they wanted us to do, which was this. Okay, we need the identifier and we need the type. So that type is in here somewhere too, right? Is it here? Why does it say option string? Oh, right here. No, that's path segment. What's the original code in there? String. So why is this a path? Oh, because it could be qualified by namespaces, right? So it's a type path with no qualifier, and the path has segments, and the first segment is string. Wow, that's gross. That's a lot of work. So then what does the vector of strings look like? It's an unqualified path with angled bracket. Okay, no, vec with an argument, angled bracket with string inside. Wow. Okay. This is a lot of work. They went from like not a whole lot of work to a lot. They're easier from a syntax point of view, but like it's more of like work to delve into the AST. You bet the path can just be dumped. Yeah, so I don't know what we can do with the quote macro yet. Maybe that's what I need to read about. That's probably what I need to read about, right? So quote. The whole point. That's funny. Okay, I can make this a little bit fit better. Okay. Quasi-quoting is a solution to one piece of that producing tokens. Okay. The idea of quasi-quoting is that we write code that we treat as data. Yes. Within the quote, we can write what looks like code to our editor. We get all the benefits of the editor's brace matching, syntax highlighting. We can treat it as data, pass it on a mutated. Okay, I got it. So an example, I see a performance interpolation, great. But what I really needed I needed to do more than interpolation. We have to analyze the AST, come up with like a dynamically sized list of fields and place them in there. And this hinted at that, right? It said it here somewhere. Where did they say? Where did they say it? This one, this paragraph. Provides some very cool templating mechanics. You can even do repetition similar to the way regular macros work. Check out the quote crates docs for thorough introduction. So yeah, they're basically saying, if you want to do these cool features, you got to look through their documentation. Okay, I'm glad that we're doing that. See the whole point, yeah. The whole point. I've been getting accustomed to going to the top level crate documentation because usually when I delve down to the individual macros and functions, they say, see the top level documentation. But you're probably right. They'd probably explain it here, right? The whole point: performs variable interpolation against the input and produces a token stream. I know a variable interpolation. Repetition is done using, okay, that's a similar syntax, just like declarative macros. Okay. The variables in interpolation may be vector, slice, binary tree set, or any iterator. So I can get an iterator and pass it in, right? I want to see an example, though. Okay. Any interpolated tokens preserve the span information. Tokens that originate within quote are spanned with call site. I think I understand that. Return type. Okay, here we go. Examples. I want an example that uses a repetition. Combining quoted fragments. Okay, that makes sense. Maybe we'll do it that way too. Because I could just make an iterator of quoted pieces and then substitute it in place, right? Constructing identifiers. Oh. Okay. I see. Which test are we? I am at test 3. It actually needs to call the setters, so I actually need to generate setters for these. In order to do that, I need to understand what does the AST look like, and I need to get into these named fields of the structure, and then form setter functions from that iteration. And so I'm reading about how to use repetition in the quote macro. Or at least I was trying to, but they're talking about other things here first. What if I just skip to an example with interpolation? They don't have an example of that, do they? Why is it always hard? Inserts a copy of the repetition body for each one. I don't get it. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, so if var is an iterator, then this just lists them without any separator. Okay, I get it. So what I probably want is this form, because we're going to have a bunch of FNs, right? So let me see what I can do here. I'm going to want to let fields equal AST dot data. Don't I have to match here? Yeah. How do we do this? I would say if let, right? And wouldn't I nest these? No, okay. This is where another thing where I'm weak in Rust is making a chain where we're peeling off each layer one at a time. I guess I could just do it with that we assert. Yeah, so not trying to do it clever, just iterate them one at a time. Ultimately, I have to let me just pull it one thing at a time. So if I want to get the fields, it has to be a data struct. So let fields equal match. No, it's not match. It's if let fields equal. No, it has to be data struct equal. Why am I having trouble with this? Probably because it's after 4 hours. Would it be just right? We put the type here, right? Data struct sin data struct equal AST data. And what's wrong with that? Expected tuple struct or tuple variant found struct. Did I mean sin data? Oh, I guess I did. Did I? I know it's giving suggestions, but I'm having trouble following along right now. Match will be easier. Rust Analyzer was giving suggestions. They mentioned extra traits too. Yeah, I pulled in the extra traits. There. Oh, they mentioned it in there. Okay. I must have missed that. In under debugging tips, you said? So debugging extra. Here we go. Yeah, you're right. You'll need extra traits on sin. You are correct, Papada Still Papa. Data struct is a struct, not a tuple. Yes, so I'm not understanding, obviously I'm not understanding what this looks like. I should just look at it. It is a data. Okay, so I should say sin data struct, right? Yes. Data struct else. How? Would it be easier with a match? I can try that. So match ast.data. This panic, not a structure. Yeah, I'll just do it this way. So I was thinking it would be cleaner if I could chain it, because I want to get to the data structure, and then I need to get to the named fields, because fields might not be fields named, right? I haven't looked at that yet. So match data struct dot fields. I need to look at that. What is that? That could be named fields or unnamed fields. So it needs to be fields named. So sin data, no, sin fields named fields, comma, underscore, panic, must have named fields. I don't know if I'd want to panic or just not generate them here, actually. You can chain it with pattern. Yeah, I don't know the pattern. I'm not comfortable doing it. What macro am I building? I'm building a macro to turn... Well, not to turn. I'm building a macro to implement the builder pattern, according to this. So when this is our macro, and what it's going to do is add these methods, right? So these methods, there's going to be one per field. So that means I need to look at the abstract syntax tree here and pick out, it has to be a structure, and it has to have named fields. And then we're going to take each name and make that into a function of the builder. Now that I think about it, it can't be the structure. So we're going to have to make our own like builder structure for this, right? Your hands are full with Rust and Android stuff? Yeah. Yeah, I am a fledgling Rustation. Ideal. If you want to know some expert Rust streamers, then I would suggest... How come my commands aren't working? Oh, was it in Y Rust? No, I think my commands aren't working. No, commands are working. Then what was it? Y Rust? Okay. What happened to my Rust macro? What happened to it? I do have a Rust macro, right? Or maybe it's not Rust. I do have a Rust macro. Is my bot offline or something? Why did it respond to that but not Rust? Okay, this is what it should have said. I don't know why the Rust command didn't work. Weird. Not misspelling it, am I? Anyway. Yeah, I would suggest looking at Mr. Halsey or Musean. There are a few others like Ecton Dev. I need to add that to the list. Be too embarrassed from your newbiness. I've embraced it, so I didn't know anything about Rust until June 9, and I started streaming learning Rust. So through the first 4 days, I walked through the Rust book. So I went from knowing basically absolutely nothing about it to playing around with it. I ported some sample apps, and the last 2 streams what I've been doing is doing Rust macros. I don't know why that scrolled off the edge. You can't even see it. It's too big, that's why. I'm learning Rust macros because it intrigues me, the syntax. Rust macros. Yep. The syntax intrigues me, and I think it's going to help elicit more learning about Rust. Because I'm exercising other things, like I need to know generics, right? And I need to know how to navigate down these variants of enums. So, bot is scared of procedural macros. Maybe it is. Yeah, I don't know what happened to the bot there. I don't know. That command usually works. I wonder if the bot's just having trouble reading from chat right now. What if I try that one more time? And there it worked. It must have had some trouble with the Twitch connection. I don't know. I don't know why. Anyway, yeah, I'm exercising a lot of what I've already been learning about Rust in trying to do more advanced stuff in Rust. So, yeah, we're going to say it has to be a structure, it has to have named fields, and then with those named fields, we're going to go into named. So, actually, can I reach all the way in and grab the named from this rather than named fields? Can I go like this and say dot comma named or something like that? Can I do that? I remember something about being able to do that. Or is it what named and then you have dot dot? I forget the syntax. Oh, wait, hold on. This is a structure. Yeah, can't I say that? Why won't it let me say that? I need to name it, so I have to say fields named? No, that's not quite right. Do I just put an underscore there? I forget the syntax. So, I know it's something like that, yeah. Well, okay, I forget what it is. Let's put it back to the way it was. Whoops. Just named fields for now, and that is a fields named. Need to use fields named, huh? So named is the enum. No, named is the variant. Fields named is the structure. You're saying I have to say fields named here? And then inside of there, it's named. Oh, I don't have... Right. Okay, I need to do that. There we go. Got it. Thank you. Yeah, so I needed to qualify it. Thank you. Asterian. SimC was onto it too. And Silmuth had it right too. All right. You have to provide the full name. Yeah, so I should just use sin, right? This is silly. We should just do it. Use sin, and then I don't need to do sin : everywhere. Because that's silly, right? That is silly. Just might as well just... Okay, except for... I need to say this, right? Token stream, derive input, fields named. Or I could just, I guess I could just do star. There we go. I've come over to the dark side. I've collapsed our namespaces. Smack! Sin is now in the global namespace. Okay. So then I get our... why is it warming? What? Okay, it's a fields named. Got it. No, it's a punctuated something. Punctuated field self. What the heck is this? Okay. Why is this using a brace there? Wait, what? I don't see... Oh, there's named. Okay, it's a generic structure. It has an inner and a last. How come I don't see inner and last here? Is it because it has its own way of debugging? I have come to the darkest side, yes. Alright, what's confusing me is that there's no inner and last here. They just... I think they're abbreviating it somehow. It shows itself as a list. Yeah. Yeah, it's not... It's choosing not to show me that, so it's this... inner, right? Or am I supposed to use methods on this thing? Does this implement iterator? It looks kind of like an iterator. It's got first and last. It's got... Oh, it's got iterator. Maybe that's what we want. I just want to iterate this thing, right? So then, named... iter... And then I can, say dot map. The inner thing is what? It's a field. So field. And let's let this be, I don't know, setters. So this will be, okay, we're gonna, do I need to, I don't even need to collect it. I can just say, we're going to make a, struct. Can I, like, glue two names together here? Can I say, like, name, glue, builder, or something like that? It's not gonna let me do that, is it? I was just guessing. Look, we can just call it builder for now and I'll fix it later. I want to be able to, like, have it, the name be distinct for every outer name. Because this has got to return one, right? Shoot. Yeah, doesn't it just return builder? And there's no state right now. It's really just there for its implementation. And inside here I want the fields here, so it's setters, I think. Format ident? Yeah, I was wondering if I would need to do that. That is for how you interpolate variables outside of the quote macro. Yeah, it's part of the quote macro. I guess I got this wrong though. Mismatch types, expected has iterator found. There is no iterator in repetition. What is that? Did I not get the syntax correct? I thought this was an iterator. Yeah, that should be map returns an iterator, right? Yeah, it's an iterator, and I thought it said I could use an iterator there. Oh, I have to do another inner thing? Okay. You're right. Yeah, yes. Okay, but that's still a problem. Why? Two tokens is not satisfied because of the requirements on... Okay, so, because I didn't use quote here, that's why. So, let's just quote something empty for now. There we go. Except for named is wrong. Named does not live enough. It's borrowed? Well, shoot. I don't want to borrow it. I think you can just map fields into an iterator of quote and then interpolate inside the next quote. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to map the fields to, and then quote each field, right? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, yep. That's for macro rules? No, it said that some of the things you can do in macro rules, you can do in procedural macros. Where'd they say that? Yeah. You can do repetitions similar to the way regular macros work. Use into iterator if you don't want to borrow. Oh, okay, so where would I do that? Here? Into iterator? There we go. Thank you. You guys are the experts. I'm the newbie. I hope you're enjoying me learning Rust. I think I'm making progress though. So I just need, so we need to quote and make a function here, right? Function, and I need the name of the field. So that would be like, how would I do this? I would actually need to get the name out, right? So let field name equal field dot ident, similar to what we did up here, right? Would just be a reference, and then just glue in the field name, and then have it be a function. Would that work? Is that it? Did I do it? Did I do it? No. I should remove the debug, by the way. It's getting in the way. Where did I put that debug? Right up here. I thought I might have gotten it, but obviously I didn't. What did I do? Expected parentheses, found struct builder. Am I going to have to do that expand thing to do it, see what I did wrong? Did I forget the unwrap? Unwrap is needed where? On parse we need an unwrap. Where else did I need an unwrap? Do I need to unwrap every iteration here? Oh, no, I don't need to do a gen into. I thought I could just put a quote directly in here. I thought that's what the quote documentation said. They have an example of that here, right? Yeah, it said I can just do that directly. I didn't think I needed to unwrap the identifier. Because that's just an ident. This is just an ident. Oh, wait, no, you're right. It's an optional ident. Why is it an optional ident? Okay, you guys are right. Thank you. I guess I just need... I assume that since this was an ident, that this would just be an ident, but you're right, it's an optional ident. Alright. Is that it? No. Mismatched. Okay, yeah. It's not generating valid syntax. It's kind of hard to see. Is that what I should be doing? Macro backtrace? Tuple struct fields without names? Yeah, it could be, yeah. Is there something wrong in this syntax here? Line 40? Oh! No, this is just making an instance of this structure, right? This is supposed to be, a factory. It just does that, right? To make one. And then what it returns has to implement these setters. Right? Oh, are you saying that? No, I think I know what you're saying. You're saying I'm already using the name builder, so I should use something else. How about builder impl or something? Oh, that's the terrible name. You said to name it something lowercase, right? It can't return self because it actually doesn't return. We're not going to add methods to command. We're making a builder object. It's the builder pattern. It's another object that makes a command. Yeah, no problem. Let's just call it something else. Builder body. Sure, why not? Can name it in whatever I want, right? See if it had to do with that. No, that wasn't it either. It's in a context where it's expecting some parentheses when it gets to there. Or here. Oh, is that what it is? I need to do that? Yeah, that is something that was wrong. I think there are multiple problems. Method executable not found for... Okay, it got further. It parsed. We can create one, but the setters aren't working yet. It didn't actually expand it correctly. Oh, I have to have a self, right? Yeah, I need to have a self. Mute self. Take 0 arguments and 1 argument. Okay, we're getting there. It needs an extra argument of some kind. What do I... Oh, I need to know the type now. Okay, so it's almost there. It just needs to take some argument. Can I just like... just to get it to compile, I can make it generic, right? I can say like T is a T, and we're not using it. That'll make it work, right? Almost. It just couldn't infer the type from that. Right. That won't work because it's too generic. Shoot. You thought everything worked. Everything is working except now I need to not only know the field name, I need to know the type. And I thought I could get away with it by making it generic, but it won't work with this because it needs to, the test requires that it infer the type from that. Right? So this requires that an env needs to know the type of the vector that it takes. So I need to go deeper. It can't be generic. It needs to be based off of the type. Now, how do I get the type in there? I think I need to collect. I need to collect both the field name and the type name together, right? And for that, won't I need to zip two things together? Well, how do you do that? Okay, let me at least get to it, right? So, looking at this out here, we have the name, the field, the identifier is where? Oh, wait, it's all, we don't need to do it here. It's already in here. Everything is in field. Okay, cool. So it's the type, right? Can I just take tie and put it in place? Since say this is type, field type. Can I do that? Say let field type is field dot tie. Let me guess, is it an option? Probably not an option. Yeah, type. Let's try that. If this works, then I'll feel like I'm getting the hang of it. It worked! Hey there, Starless Jupiter. And also, I forgot to say hello to develop it. We're figuring out how to do procedural macros in Rust. It is kind of magical, isn't it? So this macro gets this code to work. So this code is saying derive a builder where we can it's actually adding a method called builder to this structure, and that method returns an object which has methods which match the names of the fields of the original structure, and then when you call it, they're like setters. So this is what the macro expands to. So we are implementing a builder method that returns and for lack of a better name, I called it builder body. I'd like to have it take the original name and add builder to the end of it if I could, but I guess this will do for now. It will make another object, which is a builder, and it has setters in it, and each of these setters does this, and we get that list of setters by going to the abstract syntax tree, which is everything under the derive here. That's the abstract syntax tree, and it says it needs to be a structure. If it's not a structure, we panic. And that structure has to have named fields. Otherwise, we panic. If it's a structure with named fields, then we iterate those fields. For each field, we get the name of the field and the type, and we form a setter from the name of the field with the builder that we're mutating, and then the actual type here. That's as far as I've gotten. This isn't for my game, Starless Trooper. This is for me learning the Rust programming language, which I do hope to use in my game. I've already started using it in terms of making a lot of my automation tools that used to be in C++ and Python. They're now in Rust. So it all eventually funnel into all the work I was doing to make the game, but yeah, it sort of is sort of a side project, which is why I took the game title and the MMO stuff out of the stream title. It should just say that I'm doing C++ and Rust today. Okay, so if I need to actually get the next, it all comes down to the next test, right? The next test is probably going to ask for us to actually build something. How much longer am I going to stream? I can keep going. Call build. Here we go. All right, so when I get down to all these passing, that means I have successfully implemented a procedural macro. I'm getting the hang of it, I think, though, with the help of chat. Okay, so we don't have any method called build. We can add one. Let's just do it. Function. Oh, it's not in here, is it? It's in here. Function build. And we don't need... Actually, can we just consume self? That would be most convenient. And it needs to return a name. And here we're going to have to fill in values for the things that we've captured, right? Which means I'll need to have something up here to hold on to the actual... Oh, actually, no, what we can do would be even easier. It'd just be have a name here, right? In a... maybe in a cell or something? No, we can move it. It could be on the stack, right? Hold on. If this by default isn't defaultable, then I can't use cell or move, can I? Is this rustlings? No, this is a workshop. It is this workshop. Learn how to write Rust procedural macros the hard way. I added the hard way part, but you can clone the repository like I did, and it starts out with all the tests commented out, and then you start uncommenting each one, and each one is requiring you to implement more and more of the macro. And at each step, they tell you what you're supposed to do. So the first step is that you need to just have derive a macro and have it parsed correctly. And they give you links to where you can learn more, right? And I'm combining that with what I'm reading out of the Rust book. So they're in chat. Whoop, hold on. Not ready for a break yet. In the Rust book, in chapter 19, Advanced Features Macros, they give you enough of an introduction to procedural macros to kind of show you how you're supposed to define it. So like this, and how you're supposed to use the syn and the quote crates. Where do they say that? Quote. And those are like the building blocks for parsing Rust code and generating output Rust code. And then it refers to just say, go to the quote crates documentation for more. So I read through this, and now I'm combining the quote crates docs with this workshop to try to learn more. Yeah. You have to make all the field options original type. Yep, probably. Because they start out not being set. I think you're on the right track there. So, yeah, this is going to have another repetition of some kind, right? So, like, I don't know, placeholders? Field values? Values? We're going to have to set that out here somewhere. So how about we have the iterator return tuples? Right here. So like setters and how about, whoops, go back. Values and the setters. Not going to be values, is it? Actually, yeah, why not? Values and setters. So I need to return two things here. Let's separate them. So this is setter. And let's have, like, for now, let's have value be like, I don't know, something empty. It's going to be like option. Actually, we know the type, right? Field type. What else do I need? A comma? And then I return value setter. Right? And then these return from an iterator end up being oh, this isn't right, is it? Shoot. I want two iterators out of this. How do I do that? This is going to give me an iterator of tuples. How do I turn an iterator of tuples into two different iterators? I suppose I could just have one iterator and iterate it twice. Make the iterator turn the field and expand them there. Yeah, so like move some of this down to here. Or I could just do that these are... yeah, you're probably right, because I can't think of a good name for this. So just call it fields again. And then this just returns the field. So I don't even map it here, right? So that I would have fields. How would I do that here? think that's the problem, is we're inside of a quote here. Unless you're saying make two iterators out of borrowing from the first one. I guess I could do that. So like let values equal fields map, and I can borrow from here, right? Does map take the self? It does. Shoot. Would I clone the iterator? You're saying, what were you saying, man, to do? You would make the iterator return the field and then expand it to all in one quote macro. Okay, that's how what I don't know how to do, because I what's the problem with doing that? I needed to extract the type and then wrap it with option and put it here at the same time, and I'm not sure how to do that. Let me do it the way I think I know how to do it first. Try your way later. So I just need something here for like an iterator of tuples. So like values and setters. And then I think I'm just gonna make two iterators out of one by unzipping it. Yeah, unzip, yep. So can I put that in line and just say like unzip? Does that work? So each of these is an iterator of some kind? It didn't like it down here though. Maybe I don't understand how unzip works. Okay, it didn't like it down here though. Why doesn't it like it? Type annotations needed for from A, from B. Type must be known at this point. So do I have to like annotate it here saying it's an iterator? How does that work? What is this? Iterator, right? I can't say here and here that there are iterators. Can't do that. Iterator's not a type, it's a trait. I see what you're saying. All right, maybe I'm going down the wrong way then. Oi, hi Anakin Luke. How are you doing today? I'm getting to the point where maybe I need to do the rest tomorrow. Okay, this is not going to scale anyway. Like if I need to pull three things out of the... I should just call this fields and figure out how to do it the way Man was saying, right? So, we have one iterator called fields, and here I need to use fields in a way that we're pulling out what we need. I just don't know how to do it in this syntax here. Would I put it directly in here, like fields dot... How would that work? Oops. Fun with macros, yeah. We're doing procedural macros today. Finished up on declarative macros. And these ones are totally different. Well, not totally different. Some of the things are similar, like the patterns for how you write repetitions is similar. Only it's hash signs instead of dollar signs. Could perhaps do value setters, it's vec unzip needs you to tell what kind of iter you want. Yeah, vec, that would have to what's the term? I would need to collect into the vectors then. Rust uses emoticons to be programmed. I guess some of the syntax looks like emoticons. You can create two iterators from fields. Yeah, but then wouldn't I have to collect? Yeah, it would be cool if I could take this iterator and then produce 2 more iterators. I just don't know how to do that yet. Let me see if I can figure it out. So ultimately, I'm going to want to do let values setters equal something, right? Oh, so would I just do... Is it as simple as doing fields.unzip? No, but it doesn't know... The problem is it doesn't know the type name. Same problem. I have to collect it? Alright. How would that work? Would I do let values equal values collect to a vector of somethings? Oh, okay. So annotate it that other way, like this, right? I see what you're saying. It doesn't like those types. So... Oh, I don't do it that way. I see what you're saying. I would do it outside. I have to... Annotation goes here. It's a vector of somethings and another vector of somethings. There we go. So I could have combined those by doing this, and that's what it was asking me to do all along, and just put an unzip here, right? Yeah. Okay. And then this is more scalable somewhat. It's just every time I add one, I have to add another vec here. So this unzip is collecting the vectors together, so maybe it's not optimal. But yeah, I'll use this until I learn how to put in a single iterator into the quote and then decompose it. I just don't know how to do that right now. So that should at least get me the fields, right? So this should not break in any of my other tests. No, it broke the tests. Okay, what's the breakage? Expected colon found less than. Or do I have a less than? Oh, right here. So where I use values. Oh, I need to have a name, don't I? I need to have like I guess I just repeat the field. No, I have to have the field name separate, don't I? I can't just do that. You don't think I can do it with a single iterator? Man was saying that I could. It would be cool if I could. If I could do everything in one quote. Right now we're doing it in 3 separate quotes, right? It'd be cool if we could do it in one quote, passing in all the fields and just decomposing it. But yeah, I'll settle for collecting them into different vectors and then pulling them in here. That'll work too. The problem with this is that if I give the body a value, I can't also give it a setter with the same name, right? So I kind of need to mutate that, right? I need to have like underscore value, and then you guys are talking about using another macro from quote for that, right? Format ident. Yes, so I would do something like let's have field name and field setter. Actually, this can go here. We should just do a to-owned, right? Or into. Or not into, that's an ident. Can I do a clone? and then not have to do that, because we're going to need to mutate this one. Wait, what? I didn't mean to move it out of there. Oh, do I need to clone before I unwrap? Fine. Okay, and then for the name, I want to run it through a macro. So format ident. That, and then, I don't know, value or something. And then ident. Right. And that is from quote. I might as well use quote up here. Do I have to do the same thing? And then get rid of, I can get rid of all these. Keep fighting the keyboard. There we go. No. Oh, I axed that by accident. Yes. Okay, so then field setter goes there. Whew. Unzip as a TLD. Unzip is taking an iterator of tuples and giving you a tuple of values. Actually, does unzip work with only two things? Oh, this isn't scalable. I'll have a problem if I have a third thing I need to extract from the fields, won't I? I'd probably have to make my own thing. I'd have to do what it does, right? It just makes a bunch of vectors and then... Yeah, okay. Worry about that later if I have to. Let's just see if this builds. Nope. I messed something else up. Missing fields args. Oh, am I forgetting a comma? No, I have the comma. What am I missing here? Oh, the initializer. Shoot. So what if for now I just comment out the build step? Just to make sure the macro compiles so far. Nope. Missing something else. Builder body is missing. Oh. Right down here, right? Shoot. I'm gonna need something else here. Some other repetition, which I don't know how to do yet. I might as well put spaces here so I can read that better. I don't know what to put here. I don't know. I'm starting to think that making, pulling them out like that, putting them into the iterator, unzipping it is a bad idea because I'm going to need a third thing now here, right? I'm going to have initializers that pull from the, that'll have to pull the names out and set them to none, right? It has to do something like, this is pseudocode here. It's going to have to do something like values none. I don't think I can do that, can I? Does that actually work? Did I actually figure it out? No. I just don't know the syntax right now. Cannot be chained. I don't know what it's talking about. Expected identifier found colon. I did do that right? It would be like, we could hard code it to make it work. Totally not the right way to do it, but we could. Just to make it parse, I could do executable value, right? Value, none. Args value, none. env value, none. Current dir value, none. I'm going to need to be a little bit more clever about this, because what if I had something called args value at this level? Then that would collide with it. This will at least compile, right? Yeah. So it passes the first three. So I need to figure out how the correct syntax to expand to that. And probably we'll need to get rid of this unzip and move some of this down into here. I just don't know how to do it yet, but I am past time to end my stream, I think. I'm getting really tired. So I think I'll leave it for tomorrow. Maybe I'll do a little bit of reading and homework before I tackle this again. But I hope you guys enjoyed watching me try to learn how to do macros in Rust. I'm going to raid someone else and go eat lunch. I am very hungry. Let's see. Who are we following that are streaming right now? Oh, a lot of people streaming. Anybody doing Rust right now? All my Rust people are not streaming right now. That's sad. Oh no, Musean is doing Rust. We should raid Musean. Alright. We'll pass it off to Musean. He was in chat yesterday, and it's code only with background music. So there's no cameras, no chatting. It's just him writing code and text only. So a little bit different. Judging by my struct builder body definition, it seems values contains types. Values are type declarations right now. You only need the names in builder. Yeah, I'll figure that. I'll figure this out tomorrow. Yeah, like some of this should move down into here. I just don't know how to do it yet. But yeah, we're gonna go raid someone else who's doing Rust right now. Starting this raid up. I'll be back tomorrow, I hope, and to figure out how to finish this exercise. Hopefully, I will get through all the way down to 10 and be a master at procedural macros in Rust. Until then, my friends, hope you stay safe. Please enjoy Musean's stream. Again, it's no webcam and no voice, so it's just background music and code. Hope you enjoy it. See you next time. Thanks for being here. Bye.